know you're somewhere out there, somewhere far away. I want you
It might help if I actually unmute the mic. So let's try this again. Good morning, traders. What is going on? What is happening, ladies and gentlemen? What's up, team? What's up, traders? Over on the YouTube. Come on, guys. Hit me with a big old good morning and happy hump day. Yeah, that's right, baby. It's hump day. September 15th. Woo! 8:51 in the market. I'm fired up. I'm ready to go. And I'm ready for some big time trades, some big time profits. So let's see if we have better market conditions today than we've had the last couple of days, guys. We got a lot to talk about. We have a lot of fresh stocks with fresh news moving on up here in pre-market. We're also going to be watching the SPY and some of these other plays as well. Because again, guys, before we dive into it, all right, if you're looking at Apple, if you're looking at Facebook, if you're looking at Tesla, if you're looking at NVIDIA, if you're looking at a large cap stock for options at this point in time, you really need to be focused on the SPY. What's the SPY doing? If you're looking to go long on Apple and the markets continue to sell off, you're not going to make money on Apple. It's very, very rare because Apple's going to follow suit with the SPY. Tesla's got to follow suit. So if we see the SPY continuing to sell off, I would highly recommend that you're not trying to go long on some of these other stocks. And again, right now, our focal point for any option trades, for any stock we're looking at, our focus is going to be on the SPY to determine where the SPY's heading to next, right? Is the SPY going to hold that 50 SMA like it has the last 7 times this year and shoot to the upside again and rebound back in the all-time highs? If we get that confirmation and you're liking an Apple setup, then you would have some more confidence, right, behind your Apple trade. If the SPY is respecting its technicals, grinding back to the upside, that's definitely going to help Apple and those technicals get some action to the upside as well. But if the SPY starts cracking the 50 SMA and we start, pulling back even more, pretty safe to say that your Apple call is probably not going to do anything, right? Because Apple is going to follow suit, and a lot of these other stocks are going to follow suit as well. So right now, in my opinion, your focus should be on the SPY the remainder of this week to really see what it does right around that 242 level. And that, was it the 242? I'm out of it. 442, my bad. Which is that 50 SMA, guys. Okay, so if you're thinking of any option plays whatsoever, you definitely need to be looking at the SPY and taking into account what the VIX is, right? The VIX, the volatility index as well. Okay, guys, so good morning. What's up, YouTubers? Jay, Moses, C-Town, Michael, Cody, Dave, and what is up? Good morning. We got from Ohio. That's what's up, Ohio. Josh, we got to change your intro music. Why is that? Cody, why? You guys don't like the intro music? I love the intro music. What about you guys inside the chat? Do you guys think we should change the intro music? You guys love the intro music. I don't know. I like it. But what's up, everybody inside of chat? Josh, Angel, Cole, TikTok Mom. Woo! My goodness. We got so many people inside the chat. Just nothing but boom, 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 boom. Message, message. I can't even scroll up to see the messages before because it keeps popping back down, popping back down. Ed, Wade, JR Shots, K Glow, Casey, Cole, everybody inside the chat. Good freaking morning and happy hump day, baby. Let's go. Let's have an awesome day. Let's make some big time trades and let's make some big time profits, assuming the market isn't as choppy and whipsawy like it's been the last couple days this week. So let's go ahead and dive into what we have going on for today. And I'm definitely going to try and leave about 10 to 15 minutes open to answer some of your, can't even talk, to answer some of your guys' questions and to review some of your guys' stocks as well before the market actually opens. All right, so we're going to start with the up gapper list, and we're just going to go through the up gapper list. I've already identified what stocks have credible reasons to be moving on up, and what stocks we should really be looking at. So again, I've done that legwork for you. I've eliminated the noise. We're going to talk about the top stocks that have the best potential, dive into a couple back burners, dive into the SPY, show you guys the technicals on the SPY and what we need to be looking for to determine possible calls or possible puts. And then again, I'm having an opportunity to review some of your guys' stocks as well and answering some of your guys' questions, okay? So, with that being said, guys, number one, INDP. INDP is number one on the leaderboard, currently up 74% here in pre-market. Trading really good volume, 8.7 million shares here in pre-market. On average, INDP trades 235,000 shares. So we have very nice volume today. Very high relative volume on INDP, and it's the lowest float stock on the leaderboard. My goodness, I love coming into the market and seeing nothing but light blue on the float, because anything under 50 will be a nice light blue. And then the last couple of days, guys, what have we been seeing? A lot of pink, right? And when we see pink, those are large floats. We've been seeing a lot of 80, 90, 100, 200, 600, 700 million in float stocks. That's really kind of been what we've been seeing. We haven't been seeing a lot of low float stocks hitting that leaderboard, really taking on off. So I'm excited because we have INDP. It's up 73%, right? Not 20, not 30 like we've been seeing the last couple days, but up 73% in pre-market. Trading very good volume, low float stock with a very nice credible reason to be up 73%. 7 o'clock this morning, INDP. They receive notice of allowance for their strategic U.S. patent in regards to COVID-19. So shares are trading higher after the company announced the United States Patent and Trademark Office has issued a notice of allowance for claims related to the company's platform technology. So we do have a decent, credible reason for INDP to be moving on up. Again, it has great volume. It's a low float stock. INDP is the number one stock I'm watching right out of the gate, guys. It's pretty easy, right? It's number one, right? We're probably going to be watching the top gainer, right? But again, we have good news, low float, great volume, and I like the way it's moving so far here in pre-market, right? The technicals are actually being honored. Support and resistance is holding on up. It's not very choppy. It's not messy. It's very clean. It's very consistent. It's very predictable. So with that being said, not only is it number one why we're watching it, but because, again, price action and the technicals, everything looks good so far right now on INDP. So I like INDP. I definitely want to keep this on watch. And again, we do have some nice room to the upside. So right now, we've pretty much hit every single target that I had drawn here in pre-market. We had 1044, right? We ran up and hit 1207, up towards that 1302 resistance, right? We hit about 1287 in pre-market, pulled back to 11, broke the downtrend. We're back above 1207 support now. So we know that we have room back up towards around the highs, 1287 and then 1302, and that level coming right from the daily chart. Other than that, guys, we could see INDP all the way up to the 200 SMA, which is at $15.22. All right, so $15.22 is going to be the top target here on INDP. Right now, we do have support back down at that pre-market low, right around 1082 to 11 bucks. We do have light support right now, right around 1207, with pre-market high resistance at 1287. But we do have resistance at 1302 coming from the daily chart. Anything over 13 bucks, guys, anything over that 1302 level, we do have some nice room up towards around that $15 mark here on INDP. So right now, again, it's a game of sitting back, being patient, waiting for the good opportunity to present itself and attacking and making some good profits here on INDP. So right now, INDP, definitely one of the top three stocks that we're going to be watching right out of the gate. All right, moving on, we have SONN. All right, so SONN right now, currently up 28%, all right? Trading just about 12 million shares. On average, it trades 8.4 million. And we have a 56 million in float stock. So again, we have a medium float stock. It can definitely move to the upside, right? It's a lower price stock as well. Not going to really take a lot to get the stock going. we are slightly surpassing the average volume. So we do see that we have some attention and some activity here on SONN. Why is SONN even moving up this morning, guys? Right? Why is SONN even gapping up? Right? 28%. Well, this morning, they issue an article or a press release that states SONN, right? BTIG initiates coverage on SONN with a buy rating, and they announce a price target of $5. $5. So BTIG initiates coverage on SONN, and they issue a buy rating, and they announce a price target of $5 here on SONN. So that alone could really generate some attention here with SONN and really allow this stock to move up nicely, not just today, but maybe the rest of this week, coming into next week as well. So definitely SONN, we're watching this one today. There is a reason for the stock to be moving on up. Depending on how we close today and what we do today, maybe it's still on watch for the remainder of this week, coming into next week as well. So where could we see SONN go, right? How high could it go? How low could it go? So right now we have good support, really nice support, guys, from the daily chart, here from pre-market as well, right around 66 cents. So really good support, right around 66 cents. We are approaching 74-cent resistance. So we do have some resistance right around 73 to 74 cents here on SONN. Breaking above that 73 to 74 cent level, we could definitely see SONN up towards around 80 cents next. And then anything over 80 cents, we do have some nice room up towards around 91, right? 91 cents there on SONN. Then you would be looking at the 50 SMA right around 94, and then $1 here on SONN. So I definitely want to keep SONN on high watch today. Again, support back down at 66 cents, resistance right around 74 with room to 80, room to 91.5, and then room up towards around $1. Again, BTIG initiating coverage with a buy rating and a price target of $5 here on SONN. Definitely one of the top 3 stocks that we should be watching right out of the gate. Moving on, number 3, we have IRNT. So IRNT, there's only one thing that I'm not too crazy about. 2 things that I'm not too crazy about. Number 1, the stock has been live since 7 o'clock, right? Number 1, the stock's been live trading since 7 o'clock. Why was it even moving in the first place? Q2 revenue, Q2 earnings, right? So better than expected, right? Shares were trading relatively nice because of that Q2 report that came out. So again, they said shares were trading lower after the company reported Q2 sales results were down year over year. But then again, you had another article saying that the shares are up, also seeing increased retail investor interest after that Q2 earnings report. Revenue grew to 5.8 million from 5.3 million. So sales were down, but revenue grew. So again, IRNT was slightly down in post-market, then it started grinding back up. Again, revenue growth from around 5.8 million, or from 5.3 million to 5.8 million, but their sales were down year over year. And then again this morning, IRNet shares are trading higher. The company reported Q2, but then you have IRNet, Apple, GameStop, AMC, Clover Health, stocks that are on Wall Street Bets radar today. So not only do we have the earnings report, generating some attention, bringing traders in. That's why we have that volume. That's why it's moving on up. But then, again, here at about 5:50, 6 o'clock this morning, a nice little article posted that, this is one of those stocks that are on Wall Street Bets radar for the day. And, 80% of the time when we see that article, this stock, that stock on Wall Street Bets radar, that stock typically moves really well that day. So we have Q2 earnings. That's the catalyst. We do also have the article that was dropped at 6 o'clock this morning. That could definitely bring more attention and more activity and more volume into IRNT. It is a recent IPO stock that does have a lot of potential to the upside. But here's a couple things that I noticed that I'm not too crazy about. Number 1, we've been trading for about 2 hours, right? Over the last 2 hours, we've generated about 2.2 million shares of volume. On average, this stock trades 6.8 million shares. So again, we can see that INDP has a majority of the volume, right? It's trading 9 million shares on INDP, and it has high relative volume. We're looking at SONN, it's trading 13 million shares, right? It's high relative volume as well. We look at IRNT, excuse me, guys, right? It's trading 2 million shares, so slightly, substantially less than some of these other top gainers. Substantially less volume, and it's still not even close to surpassing the average volume. So number one, that's showing me that there may not be 80% of traders focused on IRNT. To me, it seems like a good majority of traders are focused on INDP at this point in time. A lot of traders are focused on SONN at this point in time. Does that mean I'm not going to watch IRNT? It doesn't mean I'm not going to watch IRNT. It means that I may put it on my back burner and wait to see maybe INDP fade and fall. SONN, maybe if it starts fading and falling, we have traders shift on over to IRNT. But do I think it's definitely the number one stock that we should be watching out of the gate? I personally don't think so. I personally think SONN and INDP are the best two stocks to be watching out of the gate, followed by IRNT, to see if it does hold on up, to see if it does get some more activity, some more attention, some more volume. And another thing we need to be mindful of is it's also a 60 million in float stock. All right, we can see that it has moved well in the past, right? We can see that even though it's a 60 million in float stock, it does move. Again, from yesterday's lows, right around 20, hitting highs right around 24. So we see that it can move $3 to $4 a day, right? Even though it's a 60 million in float stock and it's a larger price as well. But is it going to rip and run like INDP? Probably not, guys, right? It's definitely not going to take on off and rip and run like INDP could. Again, it's a little bit larger of a price stock and it's a larger float. Definitely going to take a little bit more to get this thing going. But I definitely want to keep IRNT on watch today, guys. I want to keep this one on watch above $25, okay? Want to keep IRNT on watch above 25. We do have room back up to these pre-market highs of 28.25, and then we have room to the all-time highs of 29.96 here on IRNT. So basically, anything over $30 on IRNT, the sky's the limit, guys, right? The sky's the limit. It could go to 50. It could go to 100. It could falsely break out and dump, right? Again, anything over $30, the sky's the limit, but until it breaks over 30, right now we just need to sit back and be patient and wait for that opportunity with IRNT. And right now we can see that it really just doesn't have all of the attention in the market, right? If there's 100 traders in the market, it's safe to say that 60 of those 100 traders right now are most likely on INDP, right? At least 50 of the 100 are on INDP, maybe 30 of the 100 on SONN, and maybe 10 to 20 traders here on IRNT. So again, we want to identify where the majority of traders are at. And again, it's safe to say that the majority of traders right now are on INDP and on SONN, okay? But we're definitely going to be watching IRNT today as well, guys, okay? And then we do have LMFA, right? LMFA was one of the top 5 stocks on the leaderboard. This one's fallen off just a little bit, nothing too crazy. LMFA right now is number 6 on the leaderboard. It's gapping up 13%, so nothing crazy there. It's only trading 800,000 shares. On average, LMFA trades about 1.6 million shares, so still below the average volume. LMFA is a low float stock coming in at 4.8 million in float. And this morning here on LMFA, they report funding expansions into cryptocurrency mining business. So they buy 1K Bitcoin S19J Pro Amp miners from Bitman for $6.3 million. So LMFA is expanding into the crypto mining business. So that right there is why LMFA is moving on up. All right. So LMFA, we have some news. We've got a low float stock. We just have yet to really get a lot of that volume, guys. So with that being said, another stock that we should keep on watch, but definitely not right out of the gate. I think we have better opportunity and better potential with some of these other stocks right at the bell, but definitely add LMFA to your watch list. It definitely could start moving to the upside if we see a lot of these traders go from INDP, come over from maybe like SONN and shift on over to LMFA and IRNT. So again, we have good news, low float stock, just need to see a little bit more volume and a little bit more attention move into LMFA. But we do have room up towards around 544, 550 resistance. And then you have the 200 SMA right around 561, guys. Right around 561. LMFA breaking above 550 and 560. That 200 SMA. LMFA does have room next up towards around $6.34. So there is definitely some potential here with LMFA. And right now, bottom support is going to be all the way back down towards around 483. So LMFA support right around 480 to 483. with resistance right around those highs, right around 544. I'd also bring you up towards around 561, that 200 SMA. Anything over that level, that's when we could see a lot of volume move in, a lot of great activity, and really see this move on up towards around that 634 resistance level coming right from the daily chart, guys. So again, LMFA, adding it to the watch list, not one of the top 3 stocks I'm watching right out of the gate, but definitely on the watch list as a nice back burner play to see if it ever does get some activity and get some attention. And then BTB, another stock that I do want to keep on watch. Again, there's not a reason for the stock to be moving on up, right? There was no catalyst today. However, there is a decent little daily technical setup. I don't know why it moved in post-market and pre-market. Maybe there was some social media chatter, right? But from what I can see, there was no direct news with BTB. There was no direct news with BTB. So with that being said, I lost my train of thought. I literally just lost my train of thought. Son of a bitch. There's no catalyst fresh today on BTB. But again, there could be some market chatter. There could be some social media chatter as to why BTB is moving on up. But why am I looking at it? Again, I'm really identifying why the stock's moving. I like a strong catalyst. But there's another reason I like BTB for that possible move to the upside. What is that? That's that big gap that needs filled on BTB. We can see here that we gapped down from around $2 all the way down towards around 114, hit new lows at 74 cents just to put in this high right around 132. I want to keep BTB on watch just to see if it does get activity, just to see if traders move into it, if it starts to pick on up with some volume. If it ever breaks and holds above 133, guys, which is that spiking high from August 13th, we do have some nice room to fill this gap up towards around 166. Am I saying that's going to happen today? I don't know. Next week? I don't know. All I'm saying is if we do break and hold above 133, we have a big window of opportunity up towards around 166. So I do want to keep BTB on my back burner, maybe add it to a swing trade watch list just to keep this one on watch to see if it ever does get above that 133 for a possible entry up towards around that 166 to fill that daily gap. Breaking over 166 on BTB, it does have room all the way up towards around $2. Again, here on BTB, guys. Okay? So again, that's a back burner play. Nothing that I'm super crazy about right out of the gate, but it is going to be a stock that I'm actively looking at for the rest of this day and the rest of this week just to see if it ever does set up and provide us with an opportunity. Okay? And then I think I saw another stock moving on up, MOSY. Looks like MOSY dropping a press release right at 9 o'clock. MOSY announcing definitive agreement for business combination. So MOSY and Perso Technologies announced agreements for business combination. Perso stockholders to hold 61% equity interest. MYSO stockholders to hold the remaining 39%. So MYSO getting a little bit of hype this morning off of that press release. MYSO. Wow, I'm out of it. MOSY. Come on, Josh. Get it together, buddy. Come on in, kiddo. You can come in. Or did you get more fruit snacks?
Daddy?
Why? It's too early for fruit.
No.
But it is.
No.
Can I have one? I'm kidding. I don't need one.
Hey, guys.
I love you. I'll see you later. Oh.
Not too.
You got milk on your lip. Not too early to go to school. Okay, I love you. Psst. Love you.
I go to school.
You go to school? Okay, well, have a good day at school. Sounds good to me. Okay. Shoot. So yeah, anyway, I kept saying MSYO. I don't know where I was going with it. MOSY. My dyslexia is bad certain days, guys. So you can clearly see my dyslexia is a little iffy today, guys, right? I'm over here saying MSYO. I'm like, no, it's MOSY, Josh. Get it together. So MOSY, we have good news. MOSY in the last about 15 minutes has traded 1.1 million shares. On average, it trades 1.1 million shares. So in the last 15 minutes, we have already hit the average trading volume on MOSY, and it's a relatively low float stock as well. It's 8.4 million in float. So again, we do have another stock that's definitely worth watching right out of the gate. And again, that being MOSY. So the top 3 stocks that we should be watching out of the gate, guys. The top 3 stocks, right? Number 1, INDP. Number 2, SONN. Number 3, MOSY. Some back burner plays that I'm watching, guys, that still have some great potential if we see some of these other hot stocks start to fade, start to fall. We definitely want to be watching LMFA. Definitely want to be watching BTB. We definitely want to be watching IRNT as well, guys, okay? MOSY, where's support, where's resistance? Where could this stock go? So right off the bat, I noticed, boom, 745, looking left, looking at all of these spiking highs, all of these significant points in the price. Right here in that area, 677. Uh, 677. Right off that prior high there, maybe moving back down into those highs right there, right around 650, right? And then back down towards around that level at 616. So again, we can see that 616 level being honored here on MOSY this morning. Seeing a little bit of resistance right around that 650 level. Next target was the 677. We just popped up to 680, so that target's been hit. Next targets to the upside, guys, here on MOSY. You have 711. You have 745. Then you're looking to be up towards around 791. 845, 880, 915, $10, and then 1075. You're probably like, Jesus, you got a lot of green lines on your chart. Well, again, I like to be mindful of all of these spiking highs, a lot of these levels of support and resistance from the daily chart, because again, those levels typically are respected intraday. So again, I have a couple of them, great. If I have a lot, great. But at least this gives me an idea of if I'm in this trade, if I'm long on MOSY, where I should consider locking in some profits and bringing my stop losses up. So again, MOSY, we have some room to the upside. We do have quite a few targets on up. Right now, we do have good support back down at 616, but right now we are above the 650. I would like to see if MOSY is strong enough to hold above 650, maybe open up and just start pushing right out of the gate, guys. So again, MOSY, we're watching one of the top 3 stocks, INDP and SONN, the SPY, guys. All right, a lot of people asking, hey, today a good day to buy puts? Is today a good day to buy calls? I want to go long on this. I want to go long on that. I strongly recommend and I strongly suggest that if you're looking at Apple, if you're looking at Facebook, if you're looking at Tesla, that you really put more of your focus on the SPY. Really try and gauge where the SPY is headed next to make sure you're on the right side of the trade with, say, Apple or Tesla. Because let's be honest, guys, when the SPY is ripping to the upside with a lot of volatility, what happens? Apple follows suit. The charts look almost the same. Tesla, Facebook, a lot of these stocks typically follow suit, especially when the market's volatile. So over the last couple of days, what have we been seeing across the board? A lot of these stocks pulling back, falling, fading, right? When the SPY starts to rebound like it has these last few times, what have we seen across the market? A lot of these other stocks moving back up, right? Moving in correlation with the SPY. So with that being said, you know, in my opinion, if I were to be looking at, say, AMD, Lowe's, Apple, Facebook, anything like that, I would be more focused on the SPY to get an idea of where the SPY is headed. So my focus, right? I'm not looking at Apple today. I'm not looking at AMD. I'm not looking at PayPal. I'm not really looking at anything besides the SPY right now. All right. That's my main focus for options. Again, I'm trying to get an idea of where the SPY is headed next. So a couple things that I want to talk about on the SPY. Number one, I'm like 50-50 with it, guys. I'm 50-50. And here's why I'm 50-50. I'm 50% bullish and I'm 50% bearish, right? We have a bearish signal because we just cracked below this big uptrend. Look at this big uptrend here on the SPY, guys. I guarantee we could even run this out a little bit more, right? We've had this massive rising wedge, right? Because we are getting tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter with this trend line off the highs and the trend line off the lows. But even if you're just looking at it being a trend line, let's say you're not even running a trend line off the highs and you're just running a trend line off these lows. We've held this trend line for over a year and a half, right? Connected, hit it once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, right? We've never cracked below the trend line. We just had a crack below the trend line yesterday. So that, to a lot of traders, is a little bit of a bearish sign, right? We just cracked outside of this rising wedge, and that is a bearish chart formation. Number one, why I would be thinking of shorting the SPY or grabbing puts. The reason why I'm still maybe bullish on the SPY, the last 7 times that we came down this year to the 50 SMA, we've bounced off that level and shot right back up into new all-time highs right away, right? So look at every time we've pulled back to the 50 SMA, pulling back to the 50 SMA, pulling back to the 50 SMA, pulling back, pulling back, pulling back, pulling back. Every time it comes down to that 50 SMA, right back up into new all-time highs, right? Pulling back, right back up into new all-time highs. Pulling back, right up into new all-time highs, right? New all-time highs. Same thing last time, a couple weeks ago, right? We called this as well, off the 50 SMA, right back into all-time highs. We have yet to crack the 50 SMA. So that's a big question mark, right? I see that we've cracked out of this rising wedge, but I see that we're still about 2 points away from really testing the 50 SMA. So as long as the SPY doesn't crack below the 50 SMA, I'm still bullish on the SPY, right? Because we could definitely regain that uptrend and start trading higher. So as long as the SPY is above the 50 SMA, I would not be taking puts, guys. I would not be taking puts. I would be looking for a possible long opportunity for that rebound like we've seen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times in the past this year. Is this going to be number 7? Only time will tell. We have to sit back, be patient, and watch. So again, as long as the SPY is holding above that 50 SMA, I'm looking at a possible long entry for that quick rebound, like we've quickly rebounded the last 7 times, 6 times, back up into those all-time highs. But if we crack below the 50 SMA, let's say we close below the 50 SMA, and am I going to be taking puts right then and there? Absolutely not. Why is that? We could regain it the very next day and continue the trend higher, right? What we would need to see if we were looking for a proper position for puts on the SPY, right? Not grabbing it the first day it closes below. Let's say today it's like right here. You're not grabbing puts right here because what could happen? The stock could actually push right back above and start grinding back higher, right? What do you need to wait for there on the SPY to really get that confirmation that, hey, it's time to grab puts on the SPY? So again, the stock would close below the 50 SMA. It would open up, retest the 50 SMA, right? That white line right here would be the 50 SMA. It'd retest the 50 SMA. And then if it's going to continue its downtrend, right, it would crack below that level of support, crack below those prior lows. That's where I'd be looking for puts. That's where I'd be looking for puts. If we crack below the 50 SMA, I'd be waiting for the next day to actually retest the 50 SMA as resistance, making sure it doesn't get back above that 50 SMA. And once it cracks below those lows there, that's where I'd be looking to grab some puts for the next leg down. So it's just about being patient, right? It's just about being patient, waiting for the confirmation, waiting for the validation, and making sure that you're getting in on the best opportunity and you're not prematurely jumping the gun just to watch the stock the very next day regain the 50 SMA and squeeze you out of your position. So again, it's all about patience. It's all about sitting back and identifying what the best opportunity would be and waiting for that to actually set on up. Okay, so that's what I'm looking at there on the SPY. And again, today, tomorrow, and Friday, we're really going to start determining where we're headed over the next couple of weeks here on the S&P, guys. Okay, so that's what I'm looking at there. So you know my watch list for penny stocks. You know my watch list for options, the SPY. So we're all set, ready to rock and roll, guys. We are all set, ready to rock, ready to roll. What are you guys looking at? Anything you want me to review real quick inside the chat? Wade asking if INDP is in an ascending triangle formation. Let me go ahead and go from a 5-minute to a 1-minute, but on the 5-minute, definitely not looking like an ascending triangle formation, really just consolidating in a flag-like formation, right? Nice big leg up, consolidating with some higher lows and lower highs, getting tighter, tighter, and tighter. If we go look at a 1-minute chart, it's just really consolidating sideways. I wouldn't really say it's in an ascending triangle formation. I mean, I guess you could if you brought that level of resistance down and just connected off these lows here, right? You could maybe see something like that, but more of just this sideways consolidation, more of just a more of a like flag formation. You know, normally when we see those ascending triangles, guys, they're pretty textbook, they're pretty clean, they're pretty clear. You have that well-established level of resistance. You'll see the stock come up and hit, right? I mean, it'll be pretty clear when you see those ascending triangle breakout formations, right? If we go look at INDP, it's not really as clear. We've only hit 2 times, and if we were to connect our lows, we would literally only be able to connect those 2 lows right there. So we don't even really have a trend line that we could connect right now at this point in time off those 2 lows. Now, if we went back to like that low right there, go ahead and remove that drawing. If we go back to this low right there and connect it off that low, now we have this trend line that we could run off of, right? And then it's kind of painting a little bit more of a picture as far as that possible ascending triangle. So yes, you know, after analyzing it a little bit better, Wade, I would say that it could definitely be setting up for a possible ascending triangle breakout formation. So again, I should have bit my tongue and actually reviewed it a little bit more in depth first before saying no. But you know what? After running the trend line here, connecting the lows, we're starting to see that third point try to be respected. We do have flat resistance. I can definitely see what you're seeing as well. Definitely having a possible ascending triangle formation here on INDP. So good eye, Wade. Good eye. So SPRT is GREE, right? Is it GREE? Yeah, GREE. So the merger, right? SPRT no longer. It's GREE now, if I'm not mistaken, right, guys? Yo, Cody, I was still waiting to see why you said change the intro music. I'm just kind of curious. Because everybody was like, it pumps me up. Cody's like, dude, get out of here with that. We got to change it. I'm just curious. What do you want to change it to? Like, what do you think would be a good song? Like, I'm always down to change up the audio and stuff. Like Cole was saying, Thunderstruck. You know, maybe some like AC/DC. Maybe we get some Motley Crue to play instead of Sickick. KPLT, guys. KPLT, my position was closed out yesterday. Like I was saying yesterday, back below that $7 area, I have to get out, and I was out at break even because that $7 level was the 50 SMA. And I said yesterday, if we ever crack and close below, and we're below that 50 SMA, that trade is null and void. We have to walk away from it because it's no longer respecting that squeeze formation. We just unfortunately saw a lot of these very good setups, just not play out intraday. Now, KPLT hit target in pre-market, but by time it opened, it was break even, right? Again, hitting target in post-market, by time it opened, it's not really doing all that much. So KPLT is hitting target left and right, but I had calls. So I could never do anything with those calls. I had to wait until the market opened, and when the market opened, there was nothing I could really do at that point in time. I was still sitting at break even. So I tried to hold on to KPLT as long as possible just to give it a chance. Once we lost $7 yesterday, I walked away from it. We broke even on KPLT. Every day I'm hustling. Yeah. Every day I'm hustling. Woo! Yeah, that's it. I like that part. That woo! Anyway, guys, let's get fired up. Let's have an awesome day. Let's identify the best of the best opportunities. Let's make some profits, team. So again, if you guys are just now tuning in, we got about 16 seconds to go. We're watching MOSY out of the gate, team. MOSY, we're watching SONN. And we're watching INDP, top 3 stocks out of the gate, followed by IRNT, BTB, LMFA. So the bell has rung. It is ready to rock and roll, team. We are ready to rock. We are ready to roll. One of those late night soft adult films. That's what the intro reminds you of. Shit. That's funny. So, all right, team, get fired up, get motivated, and let's absolutely crush it in the market today. Right now, INDP gets some great action right here out of the gate, guys. INDP getting some great action. Again, it has room to that 1262, 1287 level. Breaking over, again, it was like 13 bucks on the daily chart, breaking over that 1303. That's when we have some nice room up towards around $15 here on INDP. So right now, INDP right out of the gate, getting a lot of volume, getting a lot of attention right now. You're just sitting back, not jumping in right now, sitting back, making sure that's actually going to hold on up, give us a great opportunity so we can attack, so we make some good profits, guys. So again, yeah, right now, the only one we're watching is going to be INDP, right? INDP has some of the best potential right now. So right now, it's kind of tempting to try and grab this for the break, but I'm not a breakout trader, guys. And I'm also not a trader the first like 5-10 minutes on my small account. Now, if it was my larger account, I probably would have grabbed it off the trend line and taken it up for, you know, a couple bucks on a scalp. But the only reason I don't do that on the small account is because if I get in and it's a bad trade and I cut it quick, I'm pretty much done for the day, right? I'm out of buying power. So again, I have to be super disciplined and super patient to really make sure I'm identifying the best of the best opportunity, and that when I'm in, that I know that I have a good opportunity, I have good potential to make some good cash, because I can't get in and out, in and out, in and out. It's not like I can jump in, if I'm not liking it, get out right away and jump right back in if it sets up. Because at that point, I would be done for the day. I'd be out of buying power. So we have to be able to sit back, be patient, and really wait for the best of the best setups, guys, especially on these small cash accounts for the small account challenge. So again, we're watching the SPY today down towards around that 50 SMA. Right now, the 50 SMA on the SPY, guys, is up towards around 242.18. 242.18 there on the SPY. You know, I really like the potential that INDP has here, guys. I really like the potential that INDP has. Stops would be at like 1166, 1160. So that's about 40 cents of risk. We do have about $1 of potential to the upside. So I mean, it meets the criteria for the 2-to-1. It is holding the uptrend. It is above the VWAP. It's above the 9 EMA. I like it. I think it has great potential. But at the same time, again, it's really hard for me to pull the trigger the first 5 to 10 minutes out of the gate, guys. It's really hard for me to pull the trigger the first 5-10 minutes out of the gate, especially on that small account. But I like it. It's tempting. It has a very nice setup, guys, right? Holding above the trend line, the VWAP, the 9 EMA. Out of this bigger picture, possible ascending triangle breakout that Wade was talking about. It has such good potential, guys. Such good potential here on INDP. But again, I have to be smart. I have to be disciplined and honor my rules and sit back the first 5 to 10 minutes for the small account. IRNT halted. Yeah, right down to like that 25.54 level, and then whoop, right on up. So we're watching IRNT. IRNT. Right now halted. This one will be live at 9:38:30. So we still have about 4-ish minutes to go there on IRNT. Keep in mind that we do have a lot of resistance on IRNT up towards around 29.96. You guys, if you are picking up INDP, awesome job. You guys are stuck in the halt. Looks like it's halted. Boom, you guys are halted. Man, I don't like my rules sometimes. I don't like my rules sometimes. I was so tempted to jump in INDP. The entry, the stop loss, the target. Stupid rules. No, I'm kidding, guys. I like rules. We have to have them. Again, that was one of the rules I had when starting the small account challenge is, again, I usually wait 5 to 10 minutes before I really jump into a trade. So we have IRNT halted. IRNT halted. INDP halted. Again, we said 3 separate reasons, right? The stocks above the 90 EMA pulling back to the VWAP, holding above the trend line. Stops would have to be underneath the VWAP at 1160. So again, we had 60 cents of risk. We had about $1 of target, right? $1 of potential to 13 bucks. This thing squeezed right away. It was a great 2-to-1 setup above 3 key technical levels. That's why I was so tempted to pull the trigger, and I wanted to so bad. But again, I was like, if I do this, I'll be breaking a rule. And what kind of example would I be setting for everybody inside of chat? Breaking rules. I can't do it. Can't break the rule, but it was tempting, guys. My TD seems fine today, guys. My TD isn't having any issues. Parish, should I sell as soon as the halt is over? You should at least be looking to take half your position, right? So when it opens, regardless of where it opens at, you should be ready to click market sell, half your position to get out, and at least bring that stop loss on the rest to break even, just in case it comes on down, right? At least you get stopped out at break even. But if it continues to run, which we do have room towards around 15 bucks, you could still have maybe half your position on the table to take advantage of that additional maybe $1.50 to the upside here on INDP. IRNT should be live here coming on up, guys. Again, 9:30, 8:30. Got about a minute to go here on IRNT. Again, keep MOSY on watch above the 616, right? Keep MOSY on watch above that 616 level. All right, guys, so we'll be live in about 20 seconds here on IRNT. Just want to see what it's going to do. Again, we have all-time high resistance, 29.96. Let's see if it opens up, gets rejected, and goes red. If you guys are in IRNT, make sure you're locking in profit the second it opens on up. Make sure you're locking in profit the second it opens on up right now. Right now. Right now. All right, maybe a 10-minute halt. 9:33:30. So it was 9:38:30 was the unhalt time, guys. Right now, looks like we may be going into a 10-minute halt here on IRNT. So right now, nope, it's live. It's live. Yeah, it took a little bit longer, but it's live now. Again, now we got to stay above 29.96. We want to see this above 29.96. Sky's the limit. This thing could go as high as it wants. But again, we want to see it staying above those all-time highs of 29.96. And then we should have INDP live at 9:40:02. So this one's coming up very soon, guys. About 22 seconds here on INDP. So INDP right now, here in about 12 seconds, 10 seconds, we'll be live here on INDP. Again, 9:40:02. So in 3, 2, 1. Boom! Lock in some profits, guys. Lock in some profits. Bring stops to break even. Lock in profits. Stops at least at break even. If you really want to play this safe, stops at 1340. Right? Stops at 1340. Right below the halt level. If you want to really play it safe and keep your stop tight, 1340 on your stop is a great place for your stop loss. If it cracks the halt level, it'll probably come down and halt to the downside. So lock in half. Ideally, what I would do is put my stops at like $13.40. If I get stopped out, I get stopped out. If it squeezes and halts again, I still have a position on the table as a runner. But lock in half, bring stops up underneath the halt level. If it breaks 14, you have room to $15 next, guys. Got some nice action in the market, guys. We got some nice action in the market. Now we've gotten past that first 10-minute window. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to rock. Where's the opportunity? Now your boy can trade. All right. Yeah, right now, guys, it's definitely INDP and IRNT. These are the top two stocks, INDP, IRNT. Support is all the way back down to like that 1306 level, 1303. And I'm grabbing that level right off all these lows. So if we bring that level on up underneath those daily lows, look at every time it came down to 13, it popped. 13 pop, 13 pop. Right now we're above 13 bucks. $13 is support here on INDP. IRNT, we are looking a little weak. We wanted the key, stay above those highs. So we'll see where the pullback's going to be at here. We do have some support back down off those pre-market highs, right around 28.14. So right off those pre-market highs, right around 28.16. Right around the VWAP as well. That's some okay support, some decent support. Let's see if IRNT stays above that 28.16 mark. Then INDP does have some good support right around that $13 level. Right underneath those daily lows, we can definitely see this bounce and move even higher up to 15 on INDP. So INDP is still one of the top stocks I'm watching right now at this point in time. So again, $13 support. INDP halt level right now to the downside is 1242. 1242 is support right now on, I'm sorry, not 1242. 1242 is the halt level on INDP. So right now the halt level is $12.42. To the upside, $15.18 on INDP to the halt level. MOSY is not doing anything, guys. That's coming off the watch list. We'll still watch SONN. See if SONN ever starts to try and reverse here a little bit. BTB, again, that's a back burner watch list. Just in the coming weeks to see if BTB ever does anything. And then LMFA is not doing anything whatsoever. So I'm taking LMFA off watch. So right now we got a pretty decent watch list, guys. Really just watching IRNT, INDP, and then SONN for a possible reversal, breaking this downtrend for the next leg up. So it came down close to 13, came down towards around 13.12. That was the bounce, and now we're starting to see that action move on in. And INDP's got some action towards it, guys. So right now, again, INDP, guys, squeezing to the upside. I'm really kicking myself in the buttocks. I'm really kicking myself in the buttocks because I was so tempted. But hey, shoulda, coulda, woulda, right? Shoulda, coulda, woulda. It is what it is. I missed it, but hey, it's still early in the day. It's only 15 minutes, but maybe I'm going to change one of my rules moving forward. You can trade whenever you want, Josh. Why you got to wait the first 5 minutes, 10 minutes? Silly. I would be locking in profit right now on INDP. You're at the 200-day moving average. I'd be locking in profit right now at 15 bucks. Again, we had room to 15, the 200 SMA. That's where you lock in profit, guys. Right? And look at that. You're starting to see people take profit, right? From $15 all the way back down to $14.20. Again, that 200 SMA and that $15 level is a psychological level of resistance, and you're going to see a lot of selling pressure up towards around 15 bucks, right? So again, if you guys were nailing that at the low 12s, congratulations. You were able to grab just about $3 per share in the first 15 minutes of our trading day. What a great day so far, guys. What a great day. Who all caught INDP? Anybody catch INDP off the low 12s off that trend line? If so, good effing job, guys. Good job, good work. Absolutely crushing it. Oh no, real little spaz coming in here, crushing it. What? That's what's up. Good stuff, guys. We got 500 bucks over in YouTube. All right, there we go. Nice, nice. Now, I definitely see the potential to retest 15 again. And then right now on IRNT, guys, what we could really do on IRNT is just put a nice little downtrend on the play. Go up here, boom, boom, nice little downtrend, waiting for the stock to break the downtrend off of support. Again, we've identified that we have decent support right around $28.16. Let's see if IRNT is going to hold that level, break the downtrend. If so, we have room back to the highs, right? We have room back to like 30 and then 31.44. They're on IRNT. So I'm definitely watching IRNT coming on up, guys. I'm still watching SONN. I think SONN has a lot of great potential once it breaks the VWAP and breaks this downtrend, at least back up towards around 76. I'm definitely really watching SONN here, guys. So SONN is on high watch for me. IRNT's struggling here a little bit. So right now, IRNT struggling. SONN, I'm shifting my attention to SONN right now. So right now I have 0 trades on the day, team. 0 trades. So you guys can see I am 0 trades on the day. Right now, I mean, I just can't buy INDP. My entry was here, guys. You know me, I'm a big fan of identifying chart patterns, identifying setups, nailing entries off support, and then looking for the big time move, right? I'm not a fan of buying once the stock's already gone from $12 to $15. And we're right now at $14.75 right at the highs, right? My trade, my go-to are these nice entries, right? Right off the trend line, right off the 9 EMA, nice, healthy, decreasing volume pullback into the VWAP as well. I mean, there was like 3 to 4 separate reasons there on INDP to get involved. I mean, that was just absolutely beautiful. So right now, I cannot buy INDP up towards around 15 bucks. Just have to sit back, relax, and be patient. IRNT is looking a little weak right now, starting to pull back pretty aggressively. And I am watching SONN. I think SONN has some good potential, guys, above 65 cents. I think we could definitely see the break of the downtrend for that leg up to retest those highs right around 76 cents from pre-market. So I'm definitely watching SONN on high watch. Definitely watching SONN. You know, if I were to able to grab an entry right around like 67, I could risk about 2 cents, 3 cents. Looking to make about 8 cents. So again, there's definitely some opportunity here with SONN. So I'm just waiting for SONN to possibly set on up. Again, IRNT is just pulling back. Right now, we need to sit back and be patient there. And then INDP, I cannot buy it towards the high of day. We had ISEE from yesterday. We were still watching that one, doing nothing. ATER has resistance off yesterday's close. If ATER ever broke above yesterday's close and held above, you could definitely see some volume move back into like 13 bucks. They're on ATER, LLIFE, and FCEL, both of those, trying to get some quick pops to it. But again, right into these key levels of resistance. So we're still watching some of these prior day movers like LIFE, like ISEE, and like ATER, but they're all coming right into key levels of resistance. So again, we're just watching those to see if they ever break back above some of these key levels of resistance and start looking like they have some potential for another leg to the upside. But right now, it's INDP and SONN, the top two stocks that I'm watching at this point in time. INDP and SONN. Couple back burner plays, just watching to see what LIFE is going to be doing here over the next couple of minutes. Maybe FCEL, ATER, and ISEE, all movers from yesterday. On CEI, yeah, absolutely. CEI. So CEI, right off the bat, we have resistance right overhead. So if we remove that, we can see that our resistance is off of yesterday's spiking high of 180, right? So yesterday's spiking high of 180. Resistance. Not really a fan of how just scattered the candles are. I mean, it's very, very choppy. But anyway, CEI, open it up. Room to 180. If we break 180, we have room to 189, right off the these highs here, 189 to 190, filling the gap at 197 to $2. Anything over $2, right around 220, and right around 225. So again, right now 180 resistance, breaking and holding above 180. Next target's 189. Next target's 197 to $2, and then anything over 2, that's when you have a big window up towards around 220 and then 225. They're on CEI. So SONN, I'm actually getting my feet wet here, guys. I'm going to go ahead and get involved with SONN. This is our go-to boom, boom, bang, the go-to downtrend break, right? Point 1, 2, 3, working on point 4, volumes moving in off of the higher low. Stops are underneath the low of day. Target is the high of day, intraday, 71 cents, and then back up towards around 76 cents, those pre-market highs. So I'm long on SONN right now for the downtrend break with stops below 65 cents. Nice, Chris locking in some great profits over on INDP. What? We got some more profits from Skyler. Whoa. Let's go. Profits, baby. Profits on profits. So right now, I nailed my entry on SONN. Again, nice technical setup. I absolutely love the downtrend breaks. I was patient. I waited. I got the confirmation. I got the validation. Nice low stops. Great reward. That's an A+ setup. Right? It's an 80-20 setup. Now, is it going to work out 100%? It doesn't have to, guys, right? It could stop me the fuck out. It could stop me out. But again, the way everything just set up on SONN puts me in an 80-20 setup position, right? There is that 20% chance that I get stopped out, but I do have great odds and good probabilities that this stock will hit some of my targets. So right now, SONN, I like SONN. I was able to jump in with about 1,000 shares there on the small account, looking to make a couple bucks here. Next level we got to break over is like 72 cents. Where was I getting 75 cents from? Oh, 76 right off the highs, and then 80. We could even see 80 cents here. Curious to see if we get a nice little red to green move, guys. Curious to see if we get a nice little red to green move here on SONN. Maybe a nice big U-shape breaking over the open here on SONN. We would have a little bit of resistance right around 73 cents. 76 cents, those highs, and then 80 cents here on SONN. We'll probably see it pull back off the VWAP. We'll probably see SONN pull back off the VWAP here. And pullbacks are healthy. Profit taking is normal. So again, we open, pull back, nice little double bottom, hit point number 3, right? Again, that was point number 3 of the downtrend. So we had point 1, point 2, point 3. Put in this nice higher low on point number 4. Saw volume move on in. Took the entry right into VWAP. We could definitely see it pull back to the trend line and then get the break over the VWAP, right? And then pull back to the VWAP, hold it as support, and then possibly break over the open. So again, I still have a target at those pre-market highs right around 76 cents. Anything over 76, we do have room to 80 cents there on SONN. But again, beautiful downtrend break setup, nice tight stops, great reward into the first target. Again, second target even better, third target looking beautiful. The spread's fine on SONN. You got bids at 0.682, ask at 0.685, so the spreads are very, very tight on SONN. Spreads are pretty tight there on SONN. INDP still ripping, guys. INDP is still ripping and running. Where could we go now on INDP? Next target, ladies and gentlemen, up towards around $17.20 there. $17.20 on INDP. How's IRNT looking? IRNT is giving a lot back. You may see a little bit of a bounce at $24.40. So again, right around like $24.40. You could definitely see a nice little bounce for a quick little scalp there on IRNT. Again, I'm just still trading SONN. SONN is a 56 million in float stock, trading 31 million shares, up 20%. They did have some news, if I'm not mistaken. The BTIG initiated coverage with a price target and price target of $5. So again, we had news, decent float. You know, it's okay, medium float stock, and we had a really nice technical setup here intraday, and that's why I went ahead and jumped on in. Stops are underneath these lows at 65 cents. So right now, stops are underneath these intraday lows, right around 65 cents. So I'm risking 2 pennies. I'm risking 2 cents. I'm risking $20 on the trade to potentially make $100. So I'm risking $20 to potentially make $100 plus on SONN. C-Town Daddy, INDP. INDP does have room to 1720. 1720. Right there, getting halted, it looks like. So, sheesh. This thing's just nonstop, guys. Next on INDP, and I'm really kicking myself in the ass now for not taking that entry at 12. I might have to readjust my rule there a little bit. If the setup's really, really good, you can trade it within the first 10 minutes of the day. But if it's really choppy, don't, right? I just got to tweak my rule a little bit. Anything over 1780, right? So we just got halted right at that level of resistance. Anything over $17.80, you have a crap ton of room to $20, guys, over on INDP. And INDP was the #1 stock we were watching out of the gate, guys. We weren't really focused too much on IRNT, right? We were talking about the volume and the flow. We weren't really looking at CEI. What were our top 2 stocks coming into the day, guys? Do you guys remember? What were the top 2 stocks? INDP was #1. SONN was #2. And what's going on right now? We got a great setup going with SONN. We got a damn good trade with INDP. Currently up 143% on the day. That's why it's really, really important to do that pre-market stock selection, to break everything down, to really do your due diligence like we did. And that is going to really place you on the correct stocks, right? You're not still watching IRNT, right? Coming into the day, you knew that INDP had better potential based on the volume, based on the float, based on the price release, based on the technicals. And you knew that, IRNT didn't have as much opportunity and as good of potential based on the volume, based on the float, everything like that. So that's why it's very, very crucial and very, very important, guys, that you're doing that pre-market stock selection every single day without fail. Because again, it's going to help you eliminate the noise and allow you to focus on the stock that really has the best potential. So INDP's just absolutely been crushing it. I still like the trade on SONN. It's just something that's probably going to take a little bit of time. It may consolidate a little bit, may move back down, test the downtrend as new support. But as long as SONN does not lose 65 cents, it still has potential to the upside. So as long as SONN is not dropping below 65, we still have some decent potential to the upside, guys. INDP was halted at 9:59:33. You'll be live at 10:04:33. 10:04:33 on INDP. MOSY is like, I'm just going to sit sideways today. I'm just going to sit sideways. I'm not going to do anything. Right now, I mean, it's safe to say that 80% of traders right now are over on INDP, and you still have a little bit of focus on SONN. SONN had a really good setup, guys. Really nice downtrend break setup. We saw the volume. We saw the pop. Now we just got to be patient, right? We're on the right side of the trade, right? If the stock comes down below 65 cents, you're on the wrong side of the trade. You go ahead and walk away. But as long as the stock's staying above, ideally, that downtrend that we broke above is new support and above 65, it's safe to say that we're still on the right side of the trade, and it still does have some good potential to get some action here today, guys. Right now, I'm just watching to see if I want to add to it. Just watching to see it at any point in time. Do I want to add to SONN? Right now, we got a lot of the focus. Again, 80 to 90% of the focus right now here on INDP. So it's definitely got to hold this level here. If it starts dipping below, got to just walk away. Got to just walk away if it starts dipping below, but it still has some good opportunity, guys. SONN still has some decent opportunity. Now, if it does crack 65, and we do get stopped out for a small 2-cent loss, right? 2 cents. Where could it come down to? I mean, shoot, it could come all the way down to like 59, right? It could come all the way down to 59, but that's a good level. 65 cents. Definitely want to see SONN staying above 65. And that's the kind of price action I like to see. That's what I like to see. When it comes down to the trend line and we see a nice little pop like that, that's a good sign that, hey, we have traders really looking at SONN. The technicals are being respected. Honestly, that was pretty nice. That's what we wanted to see there on SONN. Not too shabby. Let's see if buyers can step behind SONN here and get that next leg up. Let's see if them buyers can step on in behind SONN. And once again, get that next leg up, guys. Over VWAP, room to the open, right around 71. As INDP. INDP's live. INDP has room back down the $15 support, guys. So INDP support right now is back down around 15 bucks. Oh, Ron, today's my birthday. Thanks for the present. Ron D. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to... See, I'm a good singer, guys. You always knocking me for singing. That was beautiful right there. That sounded like some beautiful, you know, you're in a jazz club. You go, yeah, I got a good voice, guys. I don't know what you're talking about. Ron, happy birthday, boss. Happy birthday. Congratulations on that trade. Locking in some great profits. $1,000 on INDP. Good stuff. Good work, traders. Now, let's be honest. These can be those frustrating days, because I'm going to be real with you guys. I am nothing but transparent, honest, credible, right? With everything. I'm slightly frustrated. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm slightly frustrated because I missed the trade on INDP, and I wanted that trade, and I was ready to click buy, but then I just kind of, the rules. I'm kicking myself in the ass, and now I'm over here trading SON on off a good setup, right? I'm in SONN. It's a really good setup. I like it, and now it's starting to look like a crappy setup. Now it's really not starting to work out, so I am slightly frustrated. I'm going to be completely honest with you. So how am I going to deal with my slight frustration? Well, probably just have to walk away and take a deep breath and come back and be like, you know what? That's just the market, Josh. That's the market at the end of the day. Things happen. You miss trades. They rip without you. You take other good setups. They don't work. Nothing's ever 100%, but guess what? You're consistently profitable. You know how to trade. At the end of the week, at the end of the month, you're still going to be green, right? So I'm going to have to just kind of sit, and I just sat there and I told myself, I feel 10 times better already. But again, I like to be honest with you guys, because I guarantee there's every now and then you guys come in and you're kind of frustrated, right? Something happened. You're frustrated. You're like, man, I missed the entry here, but I took another good setup and that setup didn't work, blah, blah. So again, you just have to realize that, hey, you can't be right all the time. Sometimes you're going to miss your entries, right? INDP, missed the entry. $12 entry, it ran all the way to 18 bucks. It sucks. I missed it. It is what it is. Move on to the next one. Take an SONN off a good setup. It may stop me out. It's not even looking all that great now, but again, that's the market, right? There's no 100% setup. They're 80-20s at best. That was an 80-20 setup, but unfortunately, this may be that 20% chance where I just get stopped out. But the nice thing about it is I'm not taking a big loss, right? My loss is manageable. I built the plan. I know what I'm getting involved with. I know what I'm going to expect as far as a loss. It's not going to be anything crazy that I can't deal with. It's going to be $20, right? It was a 5-to-1 setup. So again, sharing that with you guys is, yeah, about 5 minutes ago, I was a little frustrated, definitely frustrated. But now that I'm kind of sharing this with you guys and talking about it, you know what? I'm just like, it is what it is. I'm not even frustrated anymore. Just calm, cool, collective. But I share that with you guys because, again, even as someone that's been in the market for 7 years, there are still days that I get frustrated. There are still days that I get pissed off, right? And I just have to simply stand up, walk away, and come back with a better mindset. And that's it. It's going to happen, guys. It's going to happen. There are going to be days that the market frustrates you. The last thing you want to do is revenge trade, overtrade, jump into something just because it's moving. You still have to be in a professional mindset and just simply eliminate that frustration. And if that means not trading the rest of the day, don't trade the rest of the day. If that means getting out of the office for 5 minutes, just walk away for a couple minutes, guys. The last thing you want to do is put yourself in a position out of anger or out of frustration to make bad decisions and take even bigger losses, right? So again, sharing that with you guys is I like being honest. I like being upfront and open with you and sharing these things with you and how I cope and how I deal with certain things. And again, frustration, something that I deal with every now and then. And today, one of those kind of just aggravating, frustrating days at one point, seeing, the beautiful setup on INDP, not executing, seeing a good setup on SONN, executing, and then it just going to crap. So anyway, guys, I thought I'd take a moment to share that with you guys and how I cope and how I deal with, those days where I'm frustrated or those days that I'm aggravated. Because it happens. And it will happen, guys. All right, so I just added to SONN. So I added SONN. I'm putting a hard stop in the system right now, right at my stop loss. All right, so I have 2,000 shares, SONN, 67 cents is my average cost basis. It's actually like 65.5 in reality. It's showing 0.67, and I have my hard stop right underneath those lows. So again, I averaged in off support. My stop is still in the same area, but I waited for the stock to come down close to support, bring my cost basis down slightly, but still have a nice position. A stop that's manageable, looking to see if SONN can get that leg up. Again, right now, I have about 2,000 shares of SONN. Nothing crazy, right? It's really not. It's only what? It's like a $1,200 investment, right? $1,400 investment, so nothing crazy, guys. But I am looking to see if SONN at least holds this low here and gets a nice little pop off it, maybe a nice little double bottom. You kind of see on the 5-minute chart, it could be a potential double bottom, but I still have my stops right under that, under that level of support. And I'm just looking to see if it does start to get that next leg back up here on SONN. And if it stops me out, you know what? It stops me out, guys. So right now, this thing's just all over the place. We had support at $15 on INDP, 26. Came down right around like 1589 and actually held above that 1589 level. So pretty random area to see it come down, but it came down. Looks like it tried respecting that 90 EMA and got a nice little pop off it. There's a lot of hype. There's a lot of volume. There's a lot of momentum behind INDP right now. Again, it has room up to 20, guys. Breaking over 20 bucks. You could see it up at like 21.34 next. And then anything over that level, I mean, this thing has a lot of great opportunity to the upside. 23.50, 25 bucks. Shit, 28.44. I mean, this stock can definitely take on off, guys. Could definitely take on off. Give me 2 minutes, guys. I need to step out of the office for like 2 minutes. Again, INDP's halted. We have a couple minutes to go. Stops in on SONN. Again, give me like 2 minutes. I'll be right back with you guys. Thank you so much. All right, we're back, and INDP is live. Oh, Eric says, the voice of an angel. The voice of an angel. Woo! And if you guys don't like it, so be it. If you stick apart, if you stay with the team, if you're going to join and you're here, you're going to hear me sing at least once a day, guys. So you guys got to get used to it, because I'm singing. I'm a singer. Got the voice of an angel. Oh, my goodness. I'm messed up in the head, aren't I? I'm messed up. So right now, I got my position on SONN, looking for the stock to make a nice move today, and we're still watching INDP, guys. Again, great entry down at the low 12s. I mean, this thing is absolutely rocking and rolling, and I guarantee you guys are absolutely crushing it in profit. So let's go. Let's get it. Good job. Good freaking work. Woo! Let's go. You guys get me fired up. Guys got me fired up. CEI over 180, 181, room to 189, and then 197. Oh, you don't want to really hear me sing, Beth. You really don't want to hear me sing. Oh, just wait. It's coming. Cody, does anybody got earplugs? Earplugs, anyone? Earplugs. Can I borrow them for like 5 minutes while Josh starts singing? I believe I can fly. That's INDP. I believe I can touch the sky. Oh, man. All right, so right now, let's get serious, guys. INDP has that support back down at 1720. Right when we went live, we hit 1720, right at the 9 EMA. Whoop, right back on up towards around that $20 mark. Right now, trying to nail support, maybe like 1828 light support. Right around like 1830, 1828 light support, but better support back down at like 1720. This stock will just not slow down. This thing is just absolutely bananas. Right now, up 196% on the day. I'll make it 6, Beth. I'll make it 6 and 7 and 8 and 9. Once you get me started, you can't stop. Once you get me started, I cannot stop. Yeah, the sky's not the limit, right? I mean, you do have some overhead resistance on INDP, right? You do have a lot of overhead resistance on INDP. Right now is up towards around that 2134 level. Your next target is going to be up towards around 2280, 2284. And then you're looking to be up towards around 25 to 2526 there on INDP. So there is a lot of room to the upside, but there is a lot of key levels of resistance that you have to be ready to lock in some profits at or near those levels of resistance. So again, INDP right now has the attention, it has the volume, it has the majority of traders. Now it's just identifying where is the best of the best place to get involved, right? So right up towards that 2134, actually hit highs right around 2163, starting to get a little iffy, right? Starting to pull back really aggressively, guys. INDP pulling back really aggressively. This is why we do not buy at the high a day. We do not buy at the high a day. And that 1720, where we got halted and then broke above, came back and retested. That was absolutely beautiful, guys. Right around that 1720 mark. Right now, let's see where it's going to pull back. Maybe back down to 1720, below 1720. We could definitely see it back down underneath those lows before that volume really started to move on in, right around like 1575. Probably going to get stopped out of SONN. I'm probably going to get stopped out there unless just some crazy volume moves in and it breaks back above like 67 cents. I'm pretty sure it's going to crack 66 and come on down and stop me out. So with that being said, it's looking like I'll probably get hit with a stop loss there on SONN, but stops are still hard in the system. Why am I in SONN? So why did I get in on SONN? Well, it was the textbook downtrend break setup. So we have a nice valid trend line. Point number 1, point number 2. Running it off to the right. We tag point number 3, and we're in this nice big downtrend. Nice big downtrend. Put in some market structure, shoot up to point 3, put in this higher low, breaking point number 4. This is a textbook downtrend break setup. Again, when we have market structure into point 3, higher low, U-shape into point number 4 with increased volume, that's where I was taking my entries. Right there around 66, 67 cents. Right there, looking for the leg up. Right? Looking for the leg up. I noticed it would probably get rejected off VWAP. Looking for the come back down and retest the downtrend as new support and immediately get that next leg to the upside. But right now on SONN, it's just not getting that bounce. My stops were underneath these lows from the get-go. Right? That's where you put your stops on these trades. My stops were still in the same place. Just looking to see if it does get another leg on up. My stop is my stop. I came into it accepting the risk, understanding what the risk was, and I'm completely okay with that loss if I get stopped out. Again, why am I in SONN? A textbook downtrend break setup. I mean, this is an absolute go-to setup for me. Again, when you have a beautiful downtrend, boom, you put in some market structure, point 3, higher low, into point number 4 with volume, you usually see these stocks get some great action to the upside. SONN just didn't get that action to the upside. And why did I not take profit? Because again, it's my small account, guys. It's my small account. I'm looking for these really nice setups, really great entries, and I'm looking for those bigger moves to the upside on the small account. Now, on my larger account, probably would have been nailing it and taking profit for about 2 to 3 cents, but I would have had a lot larger size on SONN. Again, that's why I took SONN. It was a great textbook 80-20 setup. Unfortunately, 20% of the time, doesn't work on out. Got stopped out, walk away, move on. So let's go ahead and redo our technicals here on INDP. We can go ahead and take that trend line out of there. Do we have another trend line here intraday? We'll come off these lows, run it on up. Maybe. What about these lows right here? Running it on up. Maybe. I would run it off these lows here and just run it out to the right here a little bit and say we have a possible little uptrend there on INDP. Still looking for a solid entry here on INDP. We're still a little above support. Support's still back down at $17.20. Resistance at the highs right around 21.63, and again, support's back down at 17.20, and we also do have the uptrend right around that 17.20 as well. So right now, guys, our focus, the number one stock right now is INDP. And again, it's just about being patient, sitting back, and waiting for the best of the best setup. Yeah, I tell you what, this is a stock that I would absolutely love to scalp. I mean, This is a stock that has just had so many beautiful scalp dip buy opportunities that I would so be attacking on my normal account. But small account, guys, it's all about those 80-20 A-plus setups. Again, you have maybe 1 to 2 trades a day at most. And you have to be extremely patient and extremely disciplined to really identify those setups. There's no getting in just to get out, just to see it set back up, just to get back in to make money, because at that point, you're already done for the day. You're out of capital. So again, it's really about sitting back, being patient, and identifying an A-plus 80-20 setup to take advantage of. And that's what I did with SONN. It was a good setup, guys. If I saw another setup just like that, I'd take it again. Right? I'd take it again and again and again. Every time I see a setup like that, I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it. That was a good setup. It just failed. It just wouldn't actually get that next leg up. You know, it is what it is. It happens. It happens, guys. You can't be right on every single trade. Not every single trade is going to work in your favor. But I tell you what, it was a good trade, and I would take it 100 more times again. So what's up with the SPY? What's going on with SPY? SPY just kind of sitting sideways. So as long as we stay above that 50 SMA and we see the first day back above the 20 EMA, that would signal some calls for me, right? If we ever see a nice strong day back above that 20 EMA like we've seen in the past, right? Off the 50 back above the 20, I'd go long. Off the 50 back above the 20, I'd go long. Off the 50, back above the 20. Off the 50, back above the 20. We can see how that's happened time and time and time again. If we're off the 50 SMA, back above the 20, I'd be buying some calls. Tom, trying to trade super fast stocks with TOS is like trying to drill a hole with a screwdriver. Yeah, I tell you what, guys. TD Ameritrade's gone downhill. It really has. TD, Webull, it's really, really tough to get in on these stocks with good executions, right? So that's why I recommend a premium broker, right? If you have the capital and you're already trading over a PDT, right? Might as well go ahead and just sign up with a premium broker. Because at the end of the day, your fills are so good, you don't have to worry about bad slippage. And the slippage with TD, I think Tom was saying, I think it was Tom or somebody else, slippage in the amount of $350. Like what? $350 worth of slippage is insane. Lightspeed, literally 0 to no slippage. There is like no slippage whatsoever with Lightspeed. I've had maybe 1 or 2 bad fills out of my thousands of trades on Lightspeed. Now looking at TD, I've had 50% bad fills and 50% of my trades with slippage. And the other 50% were okay. But again, the way I look at it is you're probably losing more money in slippage than you're actually losing money with commissions and fees and a platform fee with Lightspeed. Yeah, SOFI is still on the rise. SOFI is still trying to get it. Today would be the day we have to break that 50 SMA. Because remember, yesterday we threw up a simple moving average, the 13 SMA. Again, the 13 SMA is another very popular simple moving average that a lot of traders utilize. So if we add the 13 SMA in, we could see here that we lost it yesterday. I mean, really aggressively, but right now today, trying to push right back above. So we could still be trying to break over the 50 for the leg up, but honestly, it's no longer that chart formation or that pattern that we were trading it for in the first place. So right now, I mean, if it goes, it goes. If not, you know, my stop is my stop. But at the end of the day, it's no longer that moving average squeeze formation. Could it pop? Could it break over the 50? Absolutely. But again, that would be more just luck. Because again, it's completely failed those technicals that we were really looking at in the first place there on SOFI. So again, just sitting back, chillaxing, waiting for some good opportunity. Right now, we're about an hour in the market. I mean, INDP just nonstop ripping and running to the upside. Not frustrated, not aggravated. Pretty happy that it was such a good setup, guys, and very excited and very happy that a lot of you guys were able to take advantage of INDP, even though I was not able to pull the trigger. And then on SONN, again, it was worth the risk, right? Risking 2 pennies. Risking 2 cents a share. Nothing crazy whatsoever. And we were looking for about 10 cents to the upside. So, I mean, I could not complain with the setup. I could not complain with the risk to reward. I mean, overall, SONN was a good trade. I'm not frustrated or aggravated that it got stopped out. And I'm not frustrated that I missed INDP just because so many traders in chat were able to crush it. Were able to get involved and make some killer profits, baby. That's what I'm talking about. So right now we can see that INDP is really trying to hold above like 1839. Right around like the 1839-ish level, we have INDP trying to find some support. We do have this uptrend as well that we could come down and test and re-tag for the next leg up. So right now, just still kind of sitting back, being patient with INDP here. IRNT just kind of sitting sideways at support right now. CEI just up, down, up, down, up, down. INDP is the #1 stock that we should be watching. Is there anything that we're missing? We got TYRA that was on the Halt scanner. What's up here? TYRA. That is is that an IPO? Yep. IPO opened here. On TYRA, so new IPO. I'm getting some activity towards it right now, getting some attention. So we'll just watch this one. So we got TYRA. We'll keep on watch. That's a newer IPO. FCUV was halted at one point. FCUV. Former runner a couple weeks ago from around, $6, hit highs of 25. This one's getting a little bit of attention towards it right now. Very light volume, right? Very light volume. You can see here in that last candle, we only traded about 45,000 shares. The candle before, 20,000 shares, and the stocks from 1050 to 1150 on very light volume. So that to me looks like a little bit of a pump and dump, right? Just a group of traders, a trader just kind of running into FCUV, trying to get some hype around it. Other traders come in and start buying it on up. Again, there's no credible reason for FCUV to moving on up. And it's just getting a nice little bounce off $10 on light volume. So nothing too crazy there on FCUV. So again, right now, the #1 stock's INDP, guys. INDP, we know we have good support, right? Decent support. Back down at 1720, right? Right around 1720, pretty decent level of support. We also see that it's trying to hold support at 1840, and we also have the slight uptrend here as well. So right now, nice big pop to the upside, consolidating sideways back into that 1840 support, as well as that possible uptrend support as well here on INDP. So right now, it's just, again, sitting back, relaxing, waiting for the stock to present an opportunity for another entry if INDP sets on up. But right now, are we buying right now at 1920? I don't suggest it. Do not suggest it. I say we wait for a better, clear opportunity to get involved with INDP, guys. Do any of your trading platforms have options for INDP? A lot of times TD doesn't have options for these stocks that go nuts and I have to buy shares. So yeah, if options are available, you know, pretty much every broker is going to have that options chain available. But if there's no options, right? So like instrument INDP has no open options. That's going to be across the board. Most likely going to be across the board for INDP that there's just no options written for INDP to trade options. So that something like this, you'd have to trade physical shares. So right now, INDP working its way on down towards around that 1720, not respecting the trend line. So we go ahead and take that off. Starting to crack below that light level of support, working its way back down to that 1720. Right now, can we throw a little bit of a downtrend here on INDP? Off those highs, run it on across. Let's just see if we have a validated trend line here. Man, oh man. I mean, there's not like 5 stocks we're talking about, right? SONN is doing absolutely nothing. You know, TYRA, new IPO, very risky stock. Again, INDP, we know exactly what we're looking for. We just have to sit back and wait for this stock to set on up. But we know exactly where the best opportunity is and the best level of support here on INDP. You know, IRNT is just sitting sideways, CEI not doing too much, guys. So again, there is some great opportunity in the market, right? Some great opportunity in the market. And that great opportunity being most likely with INDP. But right now, we already know what we're looking for. We're looking for the stock to continue to pull back into that level of support for the next leg up. And we're looking to attack and take advantage of that opportunity. So until then, that could take 5 minutes to work out. It could take an hour to work out. Again, right now, I don't want to have dead silence. I don't want to keep repeating the same thing over and over and over. So do we have any questions, comments, concerns, tickers that you guys want reviewed? Again, utilizing this time wisely. Again, right now, instead of repeating, you know, what we've already said with INDP, just kind of sitting back and waiting for that to set on up. And right now, do a nice little Q&A session, reviewing some of your guys' tickers, anything like that, guys. With AMC breaking the uptrend on the daily, could it be a good time to get some puts? So, if you were just looking at the uptrend and saying, hey, it's cracking that level, then you would say, yeah, it could be a good opportunity for some puts. However, the 20 EMA on AMC has been a extremely validated EMA, right? Support, resistance, 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 right? And now it's coming back down to that 20 EMA. Support, and we can see that it actually tried to bounce here a little bit right at that 20 EMA. So, I would definitely keep that level on watch. I would be waiting just a little bit longer to see this stock actually below, right? Actually staying below that 44.40 level, which is that 20 EMA, then possibly think of some puts down towards around $40. But again, as long as the stock is staying above the 20 EMA, it could still definitely creep more to the upside there on AMC. If we go ahead and take this and say like a 4-hour chart, let's really put a trend line off these lows. And right now there's your trend line. So it is technically below the trend line, but on the daily chart it is above that 20 EMA. So I'd just be kind of patient with AMC. Wouldn't really be jumping the gun right now on puts, because as long as we're above the 20 EMA, we still do technically have some more potential to the upside. Do you know if there's a way to get the 20 EMA on Webull? Yeah, you would just go into your studies or your indicators, right? You would go into the section where you add the RSI, where you add the VWAP, where you add anything to the chart. And just simply type in exponential moving average, right? Just type in EXPO and it should show up as exponential moving average. And then go ahead and add an exponential moving average to your daily chart, and then just change the length from, the default of probably 9, I think. The default's like 9. And then just go ahead and change that length on over to 9. Or I'm sorry, to 20 on Webull. So let me see if I can pull it up real quick and show you. So here on Webull, let's say you pull up AMC. Let's go ahead and put it on a daily chart, right? And we want to go up to, would it be indicators? Yep, we go up to indicators and we just go hit and edit, right? So we would edit. So that's a moving average, right? We want to add an EMA. So let's just go find an exponential moving average, or can we change it within here? Maybe we can change it right here. So we got moving averages, the style moving average 5. Do we have the exponential? So it doesn't even let us differentiate exponential versus simple. So right now I'm not even seeing the option for an EMA. So I'm not sure how these are populated. Are these just, EMAs, these SMAs? It just says moving average, but you have 2 moving average. You got an EMA and an SMA. So I don't see that anywhere through that list. Oh, there it is. Duh. Wow, I overlooked it. So yeah, so go ahead and check EMA, right? Go into your style, change that to say 20, right? Go back into your style. Now you got moving average 20. You can change that to any color you want, right? You go ahead and hit OK, hit done. That is not the 20 EMA. What is going on? EMA. Oh, it never saved it. Why did it not save it? Here, let me just do this then. Let me uncheck that and check that one. There we go. I'll just do it that way. I tried to change it manually, didn't save it. So again, 20 EMA, boom, hit done, and there you got a nice 20 EMA there on your chart. So again, just to walk you back through that again, you'll go up here to the top left where it says indicators, right? You'll see all these indicators pop up. You can just hit edit, make sure you check EMA, and then make sure you have 20 selected underneath style. And if you have 20 selected under style, you're all set, ready to rock and roll. Charles, I'm new to day trading. What is the best way for a new trader to start? Definitely starting with some free videos, some free education, right? Because that's going to give you an idea if day trading is even for you or not, right? And then number two, if day trading is for you, you've gotten some free education, some free content, you're like, you know what? I like this. It's time to invest a little bit more into your education. Get a proper course, get proper guidance, get that solid education and that solid foundation. And again, the best way to do that is through a guided and structured course. So maybe spending a couple $100s to invest in your education. And then third, right, once you've gotten your feet wet, right, day trading's for you. You've invested into a course, a few $100s, and now you have a great foundation of knowledge. It's time to apply what you've learned in the market with a community of traders, right? Being around like-minded individuals. You have questions, you get answers, right? You collaborate, you get help. So again, just being a part of a team and a community of like-minded individuals, that's going to help excel your trading career so much faster in the right direction. So you see success, right, in a short amount of time versus someone like me that did it completely wrong. And I saw success 3 years, right? We have traders in chat seeing success day one, month one, within the first couple months. It's absolutely amazing. So again, those 3 steps, right? Free education, see if it's for you. Invest in some education, some proper guided, structured education, and then apply what you've learned in a community with like-minded traders. So right now, guys, really the only one that we're still watching right now is going to be INDP. Is there anything really happening with TYRA? Nope. Anything really happening with IRNT? It's definitely trying to get some action. It's definitely trying to get that next leg up, but I wouldn't really expect to see it break the VWAP on the first attempt, right? Typically, stocks get rejected off the VWAP when it hits it for the first time from the underneath side. They typically pull back and then U-shape and break out. We'll keep IRNT on watch. We'll keep it on watch, but we know that most of the time when stocks come up to the VWAP for the first time, they usually get rejected, pull back, then they break on out. So we'll see if IRNT ever gets a nice little setup for us. INDP just still pulling back, still in this little bit of a downtrend, little by little by little. Just waiting to see this stock set up for a break of its downtrend for that next leg up, guys. TikTok Mom, what do you think of GSAT? GSAT. I don't like it. I don't like it. What we're seeing today is just a really nice retest of prior support, new resistance, right? So we had this level at $195, $2. That was old resistance. It started holding up as a little bit of support. We ripped and ran, right? We also have that 20 EMA right around that 195 as well. So we slammed down really hard below the 20 EMA and below that prior level at 195. All we're really seeing today is a little bit of a bounce back up to that 195, and you'll probably see it curl back on over. Right? When stocks slam down hard through a level of, support like this, right around 195, getting slammed to 175, 80% of the time, more times than not, you'll see the stock come back and retest that level to really solidify, okay, this is now resistance. So right now, all we're seeing on GSAT is just that little bit of a bounce, right back up into that 20 EMA, right back into that 195 resistance, looking to retest it and really validate, is this going to be resistance or not? So right now, that's what I think is happening. If we break and hold over 2, then we could definitely bring our attention back to GSAT to see if we have some opportunity up to like the 240s. But right now, in my opinion, this is just that typical retest. And that's what we're seeing here on GSAT. Do I think ADMA could ever bounce back up? Do I think ADMA could ever bounce back up? Again, what do we know about penny stocks, guys? All right? Penny stocks. Penny stock has news. Penny stock moves. And then penny stock fades. Right? 80% of the time, penny stock has news. It runs one day. And then it does nothing the next day. Right? Penny stock has news. It moves a little bit. Then it fades and does nothing. The catalyst is what drives the attention to a lot of these penny stocks, right? The catalyst drives the attention. Once the attention's gone, once traders have moved on to the next stock that has better potential, that stock is going to fade and fall until another catalyst brings back that activity, brings back that attention of traders, right? So stocks, 80% of the time, right? For every 100 penny stocks, 80 of them, right? There's 100 penny stocks moving all in one day. 80 of those penny stocks are not really going to do anything the next day, the next week, the next month until the company drops another press release. However, 20% of the time, you will have stocks, just hold on to that attention, right? There'll still be activity. Traders will still be looking at these stocks, right? ISEE, ATER, BBIG, CEI, right? Those are those select 20% of those stocks that continue to rip and run to the upside. They continue to really just retain the attention from retail traders. But again, 80% of the time with penny stocks, they will fade and fall and do nothing, right, until they drop another press release. So looking at ADMA, if this stock was going to bounce back up, it would have already bounced back up. It would already probably had more attention and more momentum behind it. Unfortunately, right now, since it was moving, it has not done anything. So I highly doubt ADMA does anything until the company drops a press release and it brings the attention of traders back into the stock. Because right now, let's be honest, based on the chart, looking at the intraday chart as well, no volume, I highly doubt there's a lot of traders really looking at ADMA right now. AR, thoughts on AR? AR. Decent little break over those highs. Decent little break over those highs. We could definitely see AR. AR definitely has some good potential. I mean, I do like that nice big U-shape formation, right? From just getting destroyed, nice big U-shape, just ripping and running to the upside. But the one thing that I'm starting to notice is the weekly divergence, right? So look at the weekly chart, right? So we see here we put in a weekly, some highs here on the weekly, and note where the RSI is. We put in a higher high. RSI is putting in a lower high. Putting in a higher high again, RSI is really not following suit. So that is a sign of some long-term divergence. We could spot that on the weekly chart, on the weekly RSI. So we see some, weekly divergence, some bearish divergence on the weekly chart. And we are pretty overextended, right? We are pretty overextended from just the last few weeks alone, right into a couple key levels of resistance, number 2. And we are starting to see some more selling momentum move in as we are starting to come out of these overbought territories. And we're starting to see that we're just losing some of that buying momentum and we're gaining selling momentum. So right now, AR, especially on the higher time frame, the weekly chart, definitely looking like it's due for a reversal coming on up. But now if we look at the daily chart, do we still have any more potential to the upside? I mean, you may have room to like 1848, right? Looking left, looking back in the past, we do have some prior support right around 1848. And we do have some prior resistance and support right around 20. So even if AR has another week left in it to the upside, yeah, you could see it up towards around like 1840 to 20 bucks. But if this stock ever cracks back down below like 1650, just be mindful that that weekly chart is showing a lot of bearish divergence, and we could definitely be due for a pullback coming on up in the future. Levi, will you explain the VWAP for me? Yes, so the VWAP stands for Volume Weighted Average Price, right? So let's keep it simple, right? KISS, keep it simple, stupid, right? We always want to keep things simple. The VWAP is a very popular indicator, right? The VWAP stands for volume weighted average price. If you want to know the calculations, right, and how it's formulated, you could go type it in on Google and check it out. But again, that's really irrelevant to us. What's relevant? Number one, it's very, very popular. 80 to 90% of traders utilize it. Number one. Number two, how is it utilized? Traders utilize it as a moving level of support and a moving level of resistance. So again, VWAP, volume weighted average price. Very popular indicator. A lot of traders use it. Traders utilize it as a moving level of support and a moving level of resistance, right? That is just the basic, keeping it simple, stupid, key takeaway of what that VWAP is. So again, anytime the stock comes down to the VWAP, traders look to place buy orders. Anytime the stock comes up to the VWAP from the underneath side, usually it gets hit as resistance a little bit. Martin just likes to trade. Any books you would recommend? I like Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas. Really enjoy Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas. I really enjoy The Compound Effect by Darren Hardy, right? Really talks to you about consistency and being consistent in life, which definitely bleeds into your trading. I definitely like You Can't Hurt Me. What's the guy's name again? I completely brain farting right now. David Goggins. You Can't Hurt Me. I mean, those are some of my most favorite books. Definitely Trading in the Zone is trading related. Absolutely love it. The Compound Effect by Darren Hardy is not a trading related book, but it really helps you become consistent, which bleeds into your trading. And then You Can't Hurt Me by David Goggins is really about just being a badass, right? Being disciplined. Really, it's just about discipline, right? You say you're going to do something, do it. Quit being a big P word, right? So again, a lot of these books have nothing to do with trading, but a lot of these books are going to help you with things that can definitely bleed in your trading and really help you guys out. So right now, guys, ladies and gentlemen, I put a poll up. I'm not sure why the poll's not showing up on my side. Let me clear my cache. I'm going to clear my cache. I do not like Google Chrome sometimes. Absolutely hate it sometimes. Oh, that's why I was logged out. That would make a lot of sense there, buddy. I was logged out. So I'm still watching INDP. Again, it just broke the downtrend coming back to the 9 EMA. The stock has a lot of attention. The stock has a lot of momentum. We could definitely see it hold the 9 EMA off the first little pullback and get a nice big rip up towards around 21.54, guys. So you do have room for about $1.50 to the upside. But right now, if you guys are new to chats, every now and then we do have polls. So at the top right-hand corner of your chart, of your screen, of your chat room, all right? Top right-hand corner, you should see a little red icon right next to polls. And we do have a poll right now. Lesson topic for the day. Do we want to talk about trade plans? Building proper professional trade plans. Do we want to talk about identifying support and resistance? High time frames, low time frames? Or do we want to talk about trend lines today? Go ahead and cast your vote. Lesson topic of the day: trade plans, support and resistance, or trend lines. So right now it is 11:02 in the market. You guys know what's going on. INDP, number one stock to watch, 2154 resistance, 22 and then 2284. Really getting that break over 2284. That's when INDP could really take on off and get up towards around 25, 26 guys over on INDP. Go ahead, traders inside the chat. Cast your vote over in polls chat, top right hand corner of the chat room. You guys will see the little red icon. Go ahead and jump in, cast your vote. Trading topic lesson for the day. Same thing over on YouTube. Since you guys are here today for our free stream, go ahead and comment what you want the lesson topic to be for our trading lesson of the day. Again, trade plans, how to build proper and professional trade plans, support and resistance, or trend lines. We're going to take a quick little 5-minute break, grab a drink of water, get a fresh of breath air, come back in about 5 minutes. We'll see exactly what the votes look like. We'll dive into an afternoon lesson, traders. So, any questions, comments, concerns, let me know. Cast your vote, and I will see you guys back here in about 3 to 5 minutes. All right, let's go ahead and check out those polls and see what we're looking like right now. 60% of chat saying today we should talk about trade plans. The other 20% saying trend lines, support, and resistance. Let's go check out YouTube. So we got trade plans. Don't see the poll option. Poll option was for inside a chat, so you could just go ahead and comment your choice there over on YouTube. Got a couple trade plans, a couple trend lines. So it looks like right now we have pretty much the majority of traders saying, hey, let's go ahead and do a trade plan lesson for the day. So guess what, ladies and gentlemen? That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to talk about how to build professional and proper trade plans. A lesson that we do at least once a month, but it is a topic that needs to be talked about consistently. It's something that we need to have consistent refreshments with. Even if you've been here for 6 months and you're like, Josh, this is the 6th trade plan lesson. It's never a bad idea to get refreshed, a little bit of a refresher with some of these lessons that we talk about here inside of chat. So let's go ahead and start here, guys. First things first, everybody grab yourself a pen and a piece of paper. I want to start with having you guys writing some things down, okay? So go ahead and take a moment, get yourself a piece of paper, grab yourself a pen, and first things first, I want you to go ahead and write trade plans. All right, go ahead and label the top of that trade plans. And we're going to go through a couple things real quick. Something that I came up with a few months back, and I'm going to break down what that means and how we actually utilize that when building our trade plans, guys. Okay? So what I'm going to go ahead and do as well is I'm going to go ahead and get us prepared as you guys are getting your piece of paper and your pens. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing a trade plan lesson on a hypothetical bull flag, right? On a hypothetical bull flag that we see, right? A bull flag. So as you guys are getting your piece of paper and your pens, I'm going to be drawing up a beautiful bull flag, guys. Oh yeah. So give me a second. I'm going to do this. And it's going to be absolutely beautiful, guys. So let's go ahead and grab that little fancy tool there. And we're just going to draw some candlesticks. We're just going to draw some candlesticks. Drawing some candlesticks. You guys like that? How beautiful is that? How beautiful is that? Look at that beautiful little bullish flaggeroo that we got there. It works, right? It definitely works, guys. So today's trade plan lesson is going to be on. Did I say today's trade plan lesson is going to be on? My goodness, I'm sitting here doing 3 things at once. Today's lesson is going to be on trade plans, and we're going to use the hypothetical bull flag that I have drawn up right here. Look at that beautiful bull flag, guys. I mean, how nice is that? Isn't that just a super beautiful bull flag? Just look at how nice that thing is. Look at that bull flag, guys. All right, so we're going to use this as an example on how to build trade plans, guys. All right, so as I was drawing these beautiful candles, you guys had enough time to get yourself a piece of paper, grab yourself a pen, right, and label this how to build proper trade plans. And so the first thing that we're going to do is I'm going to walk you guys step by step through something that I came up with about 6 months ago. It's called the 3 A's. Yes, I'll go ahead and draw that up here as well. The 3 A's. Okay? We're going to talk about the 3 A's right now and what those mean and how we utilize the 3 A's in building our trade plans, right? So we have the 3 A's. A number 1 is analyze. right? Analyze, like analyze the chart. What are you looking at? Okay, analyze. I see a bull flag, right? I've analyzed the technicals. I've analyzed the chart, and I've identified we have a bull flag setup, okay? So number one is going to be, you have to analyze. You have to identify, right, what the opportunity is by analyzing the technicals, all right? So step one is going to be analyze. Step two is going to be assess, all right? Assess your risk, right? Assess how many shares you're going to buy. Assess what your profit target is going to be, right? Assessing all of those things. Again, assessing where your stop loss is at. Assessing where your entry is going to be. Assessing how many shares you're going to get on that trade. And also taking in consideration and assessing where your profit target is. Okay? Where that profit target's at. So again, the second A is assess. And then the third A is accept. Right? So the 3 A's stand for analyze, assess, and accept. So as you're building trade plans, you're going to be doing all of these things, right? You're going to be looking at the chart. You're going to be analyzing what kind of formation do we have? What kind of setup is there? What kind of strategy is this, right? You're analyzing as you're looking at the market, as you're looking at a certain stock, right? And let's say you've analyzed, all right, we have a really nice bull flag, right? We have a really nice bull flag, right? We have a nice big, oh wow, that's not what it was supposed to look like. Ha! Nope. We have a nice big leg to the upside, right? Followed by this period of consolidation, right? That's the criteria of a bull flag, right? Nice big move to the upside on increased volume, right? So you see a stock just made a nice big move to the upside on increased volume, followed by a period of consolidation. What is consolidation? Consolidation is sideways movement on less volume, right? The stock is pulling back, leveling off, sitting sideways, right? It's consolidating on decreased volume. So that's consolidation, right? When the stock is just pretty much going sideways, moving sideways, and you see a lot less volume, right? Less and less and less volume. So again, that's the criteria of a bull flag. Big leg to the upside, right? Big run up on increased volume, followed by a period of consolidation, right, on decreased volume. So that's the criteria of a bull flag. So right there, you're analyzing, right? The first A, you've analyzed everything. You've analyzed this is a good bull flag. Number two, this is where you start assessing to build your trade plan, right? Again, assessing where your stop loss is at, your entry, your target, and how many shares that you're going to get, okay? So let's go ahead and do this. Let's see if we can find an example with a real stock. Screw the drawing. Yes, I know I said we were going to do drawing. I like to find real-time examples in the actual stock market. So let's say we were going to do, what's a good example, guys? What's a good ticker to give you guys a legitimate example on? Again, I like the drawings. It's great. But again, at the same time, I like really finding real-time examples. So let's just use INDP, right? Let's just use INDP as an example, right? So let's say on INDP, okay, that the stock just broke over 1720 resistance, okay? The stock just broke over 1720 resistance. And you know that when a stock breaks over resistance and it pulls back and retests it as support, 80% of the time you see the next leg to the upside. So let's say you've analyzed INDP. You're analyzing it. You have resistance at 720, right? The stock just broke out really, really nicely, right? What solidifies a strong breakout? A clean candle closure above resistance on increased volume. So what did we have here on that 1 minute candle? A nice clean close over 1720 resistance with very good volume. So that solidified a proper breakout. So the stock broke out, and you know that more times than not, the stock will pull back to that level of resistance and retest it as new support before making its next leg to the upside. right? So you're analyzing, right? You've analyzed what you're looking at, the type of strategy, the type of setup, the type of opportunity that you're looking to take advantage of. Step number one. Step number two, now you have to assess everything, right? So what is your entry? Well, your entry is going to be right around 1720, because if the stock pulls back and holds it as support, you want to get in at that level of support. So you've just assessed what your entry is going to be. Fantastic. There's still a little bit more to do, right? So you've assessed your entry, right? Number two, you have to assess where your stop loss is going to go, right? Where is your stop loss going to go on this trade? Well, in my opinion, it would be underneath of that following low. So here on INDP, I would have to put a stop loss in underneath that following low, just to give it enough breathing room not to be prematurely stopped out. That's how I would take that trade with INDP. So let's go ahead and mark that in red. So not only have you assessed where you want to get long at, where you want to get involved with INDP, you've also assessed where your stop loss is going to be. And then next, you have to assess, where is my profit target, right? Where's my profit target on INDP? I have to know a level, a price in which I want to go ahead and lock in some profits, right? Maybe then bring my stop loss up to break even, but you have to have an area, right? That's a target when that price is hit that you lock in your profits. That's a part of your plan. Not only do you have entries and stop losses, but you have exit targets as well to the upside, profit targets to the upside. So again, that's the next step. Let's say you've identified $20 being that level, right? This is all hypothetical, guys, right? But let's say you've identified $20 being that profit target level. Let's go ahead and shade that in what color? Let's do a light green, or this light, whatever, tealish, bluish. It's a beautiful color, by the way. Absolutely love it on the black chart. So you're analyzing, right? You're assessing right now. You've analyzed. Right now you're assessing entries, right? Where your stop's going to go, where your profit target is. And then the last piece is to assess how many shares you can actually get on this trade. I can't tell you how many times as a new trader I would do all of this. I would analyze. All right? All right, we had the break over resistance, great volume, strong candle close. The stock pulls back to old resistance as new support, right? My stop's underneath that low. My target's at $20. The stock comes down to $17.20. I'm long 1,000 shares. I'm long 1,000 shares. Let's go. Let's go. It comes down and stops me out. Fuck, I just lost $2,000. I just lost 1,500 bucks. Oh my gosh, I just almost blew up my... Because I never assessed truly how many shares I could really get on this trade to not exceed a certain dollar amount stop, right? So let's say that I have a $30,000 account. Let's just say I have a $30,000 account, okay? I got a $30,000 account, guys, right? What is the max risk that you're allowed to take on any given trade? What is the max percentage amount stop on any given trade, guys? Right? Who's got it? Right? What's the golden rule? You're never, ever allowed to risk more than this certain percentage on any given trade, and that's in correlation to your account size. What is that percentage? Who knows the answer? %. No, 10%'s way too much, George the Cloud. 10% is way too much. You should never put yourself in a position to lose 10% of your account on any given trade. Kit's king, 2%. Absolutely. No more than 2 to 3% of your account. The golden rule is 2 to 3%. Now, just because, right, you have a big account, let's say you have a $100,000 account, right? Let's say you have a $100,000 account. That would mean your max risk could be $2,000 to $3,000. Just because you have a $100,000 account doesn't mean you always have to put yourself in a position to lose $2,000 to $3,000, right? Mine was a percent, right? On my larger account, when I was trading my larger account, I would never put myself in a position to lose more than probably a 0.5% to 1%, $500 to $1,000. I know that I could exceed, right? And I could go up to the $3,000 loss. But honestly, I didn't want to lose to the $3,000 a trade. I was okay with $500 to $1,000, right? Which is 0.5% to a full percent, right? 0.5 to a percent. But you cannot exceed 2 to 3% loss on any given trade. That is the golden rule, all right? So again, 2 to 3%. So let's use that hypothetical $30,000 account. What is 3% of $30,000, right? It's gonna be $900, right? Times 0.03, it's $900. So right there, you know that you cannot lose any more than $900 on that trade on INDP. You cannot lose any more than $900. And if you do, you're breaking that rule. You're exceeding that 2 to 3%. So right off the bat, you know that $900 is 3% of your account. So you already know you cannot lose any more than $900. So let me ask you this. If you're looking to buy at $17.20, right? That's where you want to get long. And your stop loss is at $15.65. Could you honestly take a 1,000 share position on INDP? Yes or no question. Could you take a 1,000 share position on INDP and not exceed that 3% max percentage on your account of $900? Yes or no? So again, the question is, could you take a 1,000 share position on INDP at $17.20, right? And not exceed that $900 loss, right? At the end of the day, we're just adding up numbers. It's just math. We're dividing, multiplying, adding, subtracting, right? Basic math from the 5th grade. I was terrible at math. Still bad at math, right? But it's just math. So do the math, guys. If you were to buy 1,000 shares of INDP, right, at $17.20, and it came down to $15.65, and you got stopped out, you're losing $1,555 because the difference between $15.65 and $17.20, the difference between your entry and your stop loss is $1.55. It's $1.55. On 1,000 shares, you're losing $1,550. So no, you could not buy 1,000 shares. And I tell you what, as a new trader, I never realized how to do that simple math. I would just go balls to the wall. I'm throwing $1,000 in. I'm throwing $2,000 in because guess what? Right? I'm more focused on I'm going to make big time profits. Now don't get me wrong. I analyzed, right? I assessed, I know my entry, my stop, and my target, but I'm focused on 1,000 shares at $3. I can make $3,000, but I'm not ever really factoring what that dollar amount's going to be on the side of the loss if the trade works against me, right? If the trade works against me. I was always so just focused on the potential profit that I can make, right? And I would just jump in with a random share amount, random share size, not ever really assessing how many shares I could truly buy on this stock to not exceed that 2 to 3%. So in this scenario, it's a $30,000 account. That means you cannot exceed $900. So how many shares can you get at a $1.55 stop? 800 shares times 1.55, right? 800 shares times 1.55. That's $1,240. Still too much. 700 shares times 1.55. Still too much. 600 shares times 1.55. $930. You probably have to do about 580 shares. 580 shares times $1.55 puts you at $8.99. So you would be able to buy 580 shares of this stock to not exceed that $900 loss. All right? So you already know now. You've analyzed. Step 1. You've assessed your entry. You've assessed your stop loss area. You've assessed where you're going to take profit. And now you've assessed how many shares can I really buy to not exceed that $900. Okay? That's 580 shares, not 700 shares, not 1,000 shares, right? Not 2,000 shares just because you can afford it. 580 shares so you don't exceed that $900 loss. You've just completed step 2 of building a trade plan, right? Step 1 was analyze. Step 2 was assess. You've completed step 2. There's a third and final step before you enter the trade. Who knows what that third and final step is before actually entering that trade? Remember the 3 A's. What's the third and final step that you must do that so many traders fail to do? What do you have to do, guys, before clicking buy? Exactly. Kit's king. Accept it. Sam, accept the loss, right? The 3 A's are analyze, which we did, step 1. Assess, which we did, step 2. And then accept, right? Accept the loss. Are you honestly okay with taking a $900 loss on this trade? Are you okay with a $900 loss? If the answer is yes, right? So I would sit here and say, Josh, you've analyzed the stock. You've assessed everything. You know how many shares to get. Are you really okay, dude, with taking a $900 loss on this trade? Yes, I am. I like the setup. There's a lot of momentum, great volume. I think this stock has a lot of great potential to the upside. And based on that, I'm willing to risk $900 to see if I'm right and we get up to that $20 target. So you know what? Yes, I can accept the risk. I'm okay with losing that $900. Okay? Guess what you're going to be able to do? 580 shares. Buy. And that without hesitation, right? The stock comes down to 1720. With no hesitation, you're going to be able to click buy. You're going to be able to go and put a hard stop in the system right at that level. And when the stock hits your target, if it hits your target, you're going to sell, right? There's no emotions. There's no greed. There's no fear. You're not hesitating, right? It comes down to 1720 and you're not, fuck, do I buy it? And then it runs up to 19 and then you buy it at 19 and then you get dumped on and then you take a loss, right? The reason why a lot of people take losses is because they hesitate to make their entries. And the reason they hesitate to make their entries is because they're not prepared. It really comes down to preparation, right? Building a trade plan is getting you prepared for the trade, right? So the reason why a lot of traders hesitate is they're not prepared. If you're prepared and you already know what to expect, that eliminates the hesitation, guys, right? You're going to just go buy, stop loss in, know my target, and you're going to let the trade do its thing, right? You're going to be calm, cool, collective. Some of you guys say like, Josh, how are you so calm, cool, and collective in the trade? I'm prepared, right? I've done my job. I've done my due diligence. I know what to expect. I'm okay. I've accepted my loss. I'm prepared. I'm not hesitating when I buy. I'm not greedy. I'm not nervous. I'm not emotional. I'm not scared. I'm not fearful. I am just so calm, cool, collective because I did what I was supposed to do as a trader, right? And I accepted that loss and I built my plan and I'm set ready to rock and roll. And then number 2, right? Let's say you ask yourself that question, Josh, dude, can you accept a $900 loss? Let's say the answer is no. Let's say you're like, no, $900 is way too much. That gives you 2 opportunities at that point in time. Opportunity number 1, cut your share size back. So let's say if I don't do 580 shares, if I do 290 shares, I would only lose $450. Right. So if I take 290 shares, I would only lose 490, right? Which is 1.5% of my account. Am I okay with that loss, right? It gives you an opportunity to scale back, to scale back your size a little bit, to lessen your loss, to lessen your risk, right? Gives you that opportunity, right? The second thing it allows you to do is go back and reanalyze the chart, right? If you're like, no, I can't lose 900 bucks on the trade, there's probably a reason why. And the reason why is probably because you're not confident in the trade, right? Maybe you're forcing the trade. Maybe you're just wanting to trade something to trade something. Maybe it's not really a good setup. It allows you to go back and reanalyze the chart, right? Like, okay, do I really want to buy at 1720? Yeah, okay. Should my stop loss really be at 1565? Yeah, okay. Is a good target really $20? No, it's not. Maybe like 19. Okay. Is that a 2-to-1 setup? No, it's not a 2-to-1 setup. I got to take... Okay. So, you know what? Nah, I'm not going to take the trade, right? I'm not going to take it because honestly, it's not a good setup whatsoever. I mean, it's okay, but it's not an 80-20 setup, right? It's not like an awesome A-plus setup. I don't want to lose the 450 bucks on this kind of setup, right? It's not the best. So that allows you to stay away from the trade completely. You're able to just completely like, you know what? All right, whatever. I'm just going to sit back, right? You're not prematurely getting in. You're not getting in and you're still emotional. So there's so many benefits to doing this, guys, right? From analyzing, from assessing and accepting, and how it allows you to continue to go down the right path of making the best decisions and putting yourself in the best position to not lose or blow up your account and to make consistent profits, guys. And it gives you that opportunity to really ask yourself, are you okay with that loss? Yes, take the trade without hesitation. No, maybe cut your share size back a little bit, reduce your loss, right? Or B, reanalyze the chart and really even see if it's a good setup, right? So based on that $30,000 account, guys, based on that $30,000 account, we know that we can only take 580 shares. And let's say that we said, yes, I accept that risk. I accept that I could lose $900 on this trade and I'm okay with that. So when the stock comes down to 1720, I'm ready to buy 580 shares because I've assessed how many shares I could get to not exceed that $900 loss. I'm professional. I'm prepared. I'm ready to go. Let's see how it plays on out. INDP. La, la, la. Oh, you just got filled. And you hit target. Done. 2 minutes. Done. 580 shares. You just locked in what? What was your profit target on that, right? From 1720, 20 bucks. You're talking almost $3 a share. You would have locked in about 1,500 bucks. 1,500 bucks on the trade, right? Was that? No, that had more than 1,500 bucks. You're trying to grab up to 20, $2.80, 140 stop. So 280 on what? Times 280. Yeah, 1,600 bucks on the trade. 1,700 bucks. So you see how that allows you guys to go into the trade without hesitation, to go into the trade with no emotion, no fear, no greed, no anything. Just to literally just sit back and be just so calm, cool, and collective, right? And understand what you're getting yourself involved with. Because I've been there, guys. I've been a new trader at one point, right? I've known chart patterns and chart formations, right? I've known how to trade. But the one thing I sucked at was accepting my loss. And the one thing that I sucked at was assessing how many shares I could really get, right? I would literally just say, okay, what's my account size? 30 grand? 30 grand. I like the trade. So you know what? I'm going to take 2,000 shares of the stock. I'm going to take 2,000 shares. Not really asking myself, what is the outcome if I get stopped out? On a 2,000 share position, if I get stopped out, what's the outcome? What's my loss, right? Trying to identify roughly what that loss could be and then accepting it. I never did that as a new trader. So I lost so much freaking money left and right. But now it's easy. Okay, I can really get this amount of shares to not lose a certain amount of money. It's a 2-to-1 setup, blah, 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 right? Everything that we talk about every single day. So that's how you build trade plans, guys. That is the easiest, most simple way to build a trade plan. And again, just to recap, it all starts with the 3 A's, guys, right? A number 1 is analyze. Analyze the chart. Understand the setup. What are you looking to get involved in, right? If it's a bull flag, all right, analyze it. Is that criteria being met? Right? Is the criteria being met for a bull flag? Right? 3 to 5 candles to the upside, followed by a period of consolidation on decreased volume, right? Analyze the chart. Number 2, assess all of the variables, right? And what you're going to be assessing are 4 things. You're going to be assessing what your entry is going to be at what price, what your stop loss is going to be based on the chart, making sure that you put it in a proper place so you're not prematurely stopped out, right? How many times have you gotten into a trade, got stopped out 2 minutes later, just to watch the stock rip and run to the upside? It happened a lot to me as a new trader, right? Does that happen a lot to you? Well, the reason for that, if you're prematurely getting stopped out of trades, is probably because you're not putting the stop loss in the right place, right? You're not putting the stop loss in the right place. You're putting it too close. You're not giving the stock enough breathing room, right? You have to make sure you give the stock an ample amount of breathing room, and every stock and every setup is going to be different on where that stop loss needs to be. So every stock and every chart and every time frame is going to be completely different. It's never 10%, guys. It's never 25 cents. It's never a set number. So if you've come into the market with my stop loss is always 10%, my stop loss is always 50 cents, get out of that mindset. It's not the way to do it. Your stop loss and your targets are going to be based on the chart, that ticker, that day, that point in time. Not a certain percentage, not a certain dollar amount, right? Every chart is unique. Every stock's unique. Every stock moves in its own way. And that's when we're analyzing, right? Understanding the chart, how it's moving, the setup, right? We're assessing our entry. We're assessing where our stop loss should be based on INDP, right? Not off a percentage, not off a dollar amount, but off of the chart. And we've identified and assessed our stop loss should have been 1565 underneath that prior low. That was a great place for the stop loss. And then assessing where we're going to lock in profits. Okay. And then lastly, assessing how many shares you can buy on the trade to not exceed 2 to 3% of your account. Right? So it's very easy, guys. If you have a $10,000 account, your stop loss cannot be more than $200 to $300. You cannot lose more than $200 to $300 on any given trade if you have a $10,000 account. If you have a $20,000 account, you can't lose more than $400 to $600 a trade, right? It's very easy. You know your account size, right? You know what a percent equates to, and then you multiply that by 2 or 3, and that's going to be the max risk that you can take on any given trade, okay? So again, second number A is going to be assess. You're assessing the entry, the stop loss, the target, and how many shares you could buy to not exceed that 2 to 3%. And then finally, traders, last but not least, the last A is accept. So many traders fail to accept their risk. And guess what, team? Professional traders, what do? Professional traders, what do? They accept their risk. They understand that they could get stopped out. They understand that it could be a losing trade. They understand that the market's the market. The market's the market. Anything can happen. There are so many unforeseen variables. No matter how freaking beautiful the setup is, no matter how many times you've taken that setup and been right, no matter any of that, there's still the chance and there's still that small likelihood that this will be a loser. Even if the last 200 trades were correct on that strategy, there is a chance that this one's going to be red. And based on that likelihood, based on that slight chance, right? That unforeseen variable of anything could happen, the market's the market. It's going to do what it wants to do. You have to accept your risk. Accept, accept, accept. Right? So I'm going to type this up in chat for you. The 3 A's. The 3 A's. Are analyze. Right? Analyze, assess, and accept. Right? That's trademarked by alphadaytrading.com. Josh Howerton, copywritten, all that good stuff. I came up with that. All right? So again, that's something that I came up with that would have helped me as a new trader. You know, when I talk about things, the things that I do with you guys in your side of chat, the things that I do are literally things that I think back of, like when I was a new trader and what I could have done different to help me. And so I basically craft that and explain it and educate you guys based on what I wish I would have heard and done as a new trader that would have helped me. And so now I'm just molding that and crafting that and delivering it to you guys based on my experiences, based on what could have made me a better trader, right? The Alpha A's. I love it. The Alpha A's, right? The 3 A's. It's very important, guys, right? And that's my unique way of training and teaching newer traders on how to build trade plans, right? Everybody has their own way of building trade plans, right? And a trade plan at the end of the day is literally just an entry, a stop loss, and a sell target. If you look up the definition of a trade plan or ask a lot of traders, hey, what's a trade plan? Oh, a trade plan is what your entry is going to be, your stop loss, and your profit target. You got to have those 3 things. That's a trade plan. No one really dives into 2 to 3% risk. No one really dives into, you know, assessing how many shares you could technically buy on that trade. No one really talks about accepting the risk. And no one really talks about where your stop loss has to go on a particular setup, because a bull flag has a different stop loss than a cup and handle. And a cup and handle has a different stop loss than an ascending triangle. The downtrend break setup has a different stop loss place than a bull flag, right? Every single setup, every single strategy, regardless of what it is, your edge, right? You're all going to have certain placements for your stop loss based on the chart, based on the formation, right? Like a bull flag, it's underneath the consolidation low, right? The downtrend break, it's underneath that low support, right? The ascending triangle is underneath the prior low, underneath the uptrend. A cup and handle's underneath the handle, right? Every single setup has a different stop loss. And if you guys have came into the market today with the mindset of, my stop loss is normally a percentage, or my stop loss is normally a certain dollar amount, 50 cents, 75 cents based on the chart. Get that out of your head. Rewire your brain right now today, guys. Rewire that. Get that out of your head. Throw it in the trash. You are going to get prematurely stopped out more than you should. You're going to, if you do it like that. But if you do it this way, you're not going to get prematurely stopped out. May you get stopped out? Yeah, absolutely. You might get stopped out, but not prematurely stopped out, right? So again, there's a difference between getting stopped out and between getting prematurely stopped out, right? If you have a percentage in your head, if you have a certain dollar amount based on the chart, like just it's always 50 cents, it's always 50 cents no matter what, you're going to get prematurely stopped out more than you want. So you need to have the mindset of, my stop loss goes on a certain place based on the chart and based on the type of setup or the type of pattern that I'm going to be trading. Okay? So again, if you came into the market with that mindset today, please do me a favor, rewire that brain today, right? And get out of that mindset and start shifting your mindset to, right? The 3 A's. Stop losses go based on the chart, right? And what we'll do is we'll dive into more of a lesson tomorrow and talk about where stop losses go based on certain chart patterns. Okay, guys? We'll talk about that. All right? So that being said, that's how you build a proper trade plan, a professional trade plan, right? So do we have any questions, comments, or concerns on that, right? There's a lot of pros. There's a lot of benefits with how I build trade plans. Right? It's not just building a trade plan. There's a lot of benefits. It gives you so many opportunities to reassess how many shares you're taking or to not take the trade at all. It allows you to be patient, right? By building the trade plan like this, you're patient and you're just going with the flow, building the trade plan. Sometimes it's a good thing. How many times, team, have I said, this may be a good entry. Let's build a plan. And as we're building the plan together, the stock cracks, fades, falls, and I'm like, thank goodness we built a plan because we never got the entry in the first place. If we would have just jumped in, we would have taken a loss. But how many times I've been like, hey, this is a pretty good setup. Let's build a plan real quick. And as we're building it, it fades and falls, right? That's happened a lot. That's another benefit about taking your time to build a trade plan. Every now and then, as you're in the process of building your plan, the stock may completely disregard any of the technicals and completely work against you. But guess what? since you were calm, cool, collective, and you did the right thing, you never took an entry. You were never in. So now you're like, all right, yeah, scratch that trade plan. That's no longer a good trade. On to the next one, right? So, questions, comments, concerns, ladies and gentlemen. I know we spent about, 40 minutes, 39 minutes talking about trade plans. But I really like to be as thorough and as detailed as possible, especially with lessons like this. This is a very important lesson, guys. Very, very important. So make sure you took notes and make sure that if you don't understand something, you let me know. Ask me, right? Say, Josh, I don't get this. Can you repeat it? Absolutely. That's what I'm here for, guys. Okay? George the Cloud, do you have any advice for traders who have small accounts under the PDT rule and are limited? All of the traders I see on YouTube are not under PDT, and the difference is massive. It is, right? No PDT rule. They can trade 1,000,000 times a day if they want, right? They can trade 1,000,000 times a day if they want. Look at INDP, guys. Son of a bitch. This thing is just screaming to the upside. My goodness. This thing is a monster right now. 28.44 has room to. 28.44. With this much activity and this much action right now with INDP, I'm just waiting for another pullback, and I'm going to jump in. I'm just going to wait for a pullback and jump in. But yeah, George, the Cloud, to answer your question, cash account all day. Cash account. And never use more than 50% of your account on any given day. So if you have a $10,000 account, okay, you'll use $5,000 per day. And every day, you'll have $5,000 to trade with. And if you do it that way, you're not restricted to 3 day trades in a rolling 5-day period. The only thing you're restricted to is needing to have capital in your account, right? That's it. As long as you have settled cash in your account, you can trade as much as you want, as long as you have cash and funds. So by having a $10,000 account, let's say, and doing $5,000 a day, you always have $5,000 of settled cash in your account to take advantage of an opportunity if one presents itself. So that's what I recommend, getting around the PDT rule. Cash account, structure it the right way, be disciplined with it, and you will always be able to take advantage if you see a setup. So right now, team, INDP is just screaming to the upside. She is not slowing down. You guys want me to YOLO it? Who wants Josh to YOLO the trade? You only live once. I'll dump my whole account into it. No, I'm joking, guys. I'm really joking. That's not going to happen. Don't tempt me with the good time, guys. I feel like I'm at the roulette table right now. I feel like I'm at the roulette table. I'm going to go all in on 30. I'm going to throw 10K on 30. Where did I get 28.48 from on the daily chart? Look at the spiking high from December 7th of last year. December 7th of last year is 28.48, right? It's a spiking high, and it's an extreme point in price, right? The extreme points in price like to be honored, like to be tested, right? So that was the spiking high from December 7th. That was the spiking high. So that's an area that traders see as possible levels of resistance. So again, all of these, extremes in price, all of these spiking highs, these are all going to be levels that traders probably look to lock in some profits. So I go through it, I just mark up those levels, and I'm mindful of those levels. And when we start coming up to those levels, if we look weak and we see some selling pressure, I take some profit. So on the daily chart, you need to go ahead and open her up, right? Go to a daily, go back, max available. So if you go into your time frame, you see your time interval may be like a year. You want to go back as far as you can, right? The further you go back, the more conviction you have. The further you go back, the more conviction you have, guys. So with that being said, you always want to go back as far as you can and really fine-tune your levels. And look at that. I mean, why was 28.48 a level of resistance? I mean, don't get me wrong. It came up to 28.83, but look at that level, right? That was pretty spot on. Wouldn't you guys agree? That's pretty spot on. 28.41, 28.48, that spiking high, right? Right around that spiking high. That was resistance. Why did it sell off aggressively? Because traders see like, shit, that's a key level of resistance. That's probably where a lot of traders are going to be taking profit. And if there's 10 traders and 8 of them are thinking that way, 8 of them are taking profit, whoop, it falls, it drops. It's all psychology at the end of the day, guys. This is what every other trader in the market does. They mark up all these levels. And when one of these levels get hit, they lock in profits. And when they lock in profits, stock goes down. And when stock goes down, right, other traders panic. The ones that were unprofessional, the ones that were unprepared, the ones that were buying at the top. Now they're scared, right? They're panic selling. Stock drop. Back down to support. Professional trader buy. Professional trader take the leg back up. Professional trader sell. That's how I talk to myself in my head sometimes. I talk to myself like I'm an idiot because honestly, at the end of the day, it's very simple. When a stock comes up to resistance, traders sell, it drops. When a stock comes down to support, traders buy and it shoots back up, right? Do I want to buy when people are selling? No. Do I want to sell when people are buying? No, right? But unprofessional traders and newer traders unfortunately do that, right? They're buying at the high when professionals are selling. And they get scared. Now they're selling at the bottom where professional traders are buying, right? So keep it simple. Stock hit resistance, professional traders sell. I know buy here. Stock drop. Stock drop to support, right? Professional trader buy at support. I buy at support too. I sell at resistance with professional trader. I good. I make money. Like Ape Nation, baby. Like some guy on my TikTok before was like, ape like stock, ape like AMC. And I'm like, all right, I got to start talking to myself like an ape. So again, man, it's just, that's what people do. Like there was a trader buying. There were people buying at 28.80. There were traders buying at 28.50. And there are traders right now getting their asses handed to them. Why? Because professional traders were selling there. Why were they selling there? It was a spiking high from December. And spiking highs love to hold stocks down as resistance. So why did the stock hit resistance and sell off? Because professional traders see what we see, right? And the professionals that are in this, they're taking profits. They're selling, right? It's very simple, guys. But the hard part is identifying these levels, right? The challenging part is identifying. Understanding why these levels are honored is very simple, right? So this is the psychology of trading. That's the easiest part, is understanding why. But identifying these levels is what can be challenging, and that's what we do inside a chat every single day. Not just saying, hey, 28.48 resistance, explaining why 28.48 is resistance, explaining everything. So again, that's where it starts. It gets a little complicated, and that's where it becomes easy as well, identifying these levels like, you know, a lot of professionals can. And that's my cue to eat lunch. Charles, he's up $2,400 so far in INDP. Ow! That's what I'm talking about. Good stuff. I'm literally, I'm kicking myself in the ass. I'm going to pull that snippet from today's stream, and I'm just going to put it on repeat. Literally, I'm going to take that 20 seconds of me saying, I really like INDP here. I want to buy it. Entries, stop losses. And I'm just going to sit there and let it sit on repeat here all day. And that's just all it's going to do, sit on repeat. And I'm just going to always reminisce on how I fucked up on INDP and how I didn't take advantage of a monster move to the upside. No, I'm kidding. I would have never taken it this far anyway. Never would have taken it this high anyway. Yo, the highest I probably would have ended up taking it would have been right at the halt level. I would have been probably $14, maybe, right? Got halted quick, opened up. I would have been taking profits, would have been stopped out. I never would have held it this long, but I'm still like, some bitch. Let's go ahead and throw this on a 5-minute, guys. I think it's time to go ahead and put INDP on a 5-minute chart and look for some clean 5-minute setups. All right. Right now, INDP back down towards around 2182. I'm a buyer. I'm a buyer on INDP back down around that breakout level, right around, you know, like 2150-ish. I can see myself being a buyer there. Let's take a fib off this level. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Look at that. Isn't it beautiful when fibs line up with like legitimate levels on the chart? Like I already had 2182 drawn up because that was resistance, right? When I draw a fib from low to high, what is it? It's 2182. It's like to the penny. The 61.8 fib is right there. So again, if we ever pull back to that level, I'm thinking about getting involved here on INDP, guys. But you know what? Every now and then we get frustrated. Every now and then we get a little aggravated when we miss trades and when we take good setups. SOSN, piece of shit. And we take losses. It can be frustrating because we had a good setup on SOSN. Stop me out. Big deal. $50. It's manageable, right? But then seeing INDP, the one stock that I didn't get in on because I don't normally trade the first 5 to 10 minutes, was the best entry that I saw at that point in time, right? And that could have been the best trade to be in. So yeah, it can be frustrating, but you know what? Here's the positive thing. It's only 12 o'clock. Today's Wednesday. We do Power Hour commentary. The market's on fire right now. What? We got INDP up 256%. We'll be back here from 2 to 4 o'clock. That's what fires me up. I'm not frustrated anymore. I'm not aggravated because you know what? There's some opportunity in the market, guys. We got the rest of the day. We have 4 more hours. We have a stock up 250%. Have not seen a stock up this much in God knows how long, right? It's been a while. So with that being said, I'm fired up. I'm ready to go. We're going to make some money, guys. We are going to make some money. Well, the other thing that sucks, though, is now it's like much more expensive. At $12, I can grab a couple hundred shares. At $25, I can grab 20 shares. Got to take a zero off, right? It's so expensive now for my small account. I just got to take a zero. I could have gotten 200 shares. Now I just remove a zero and I get 20. So we're all set, ready to rock and roll. Charles, I think I need to sign up for your course. Sign up for chat, man. You can definitely sign up for chat. We'd love to have you a part of the team. Definitely inside the chat all day, every day, not just once a week on YouTube, but come on over, alphadaytrading.com. We'd love to have you a part of the team. So they launched their first batch of their 7200 S19J Pro Ant miners there on ANY. So let's go ahead and look at ANY and see how high she could go. So the first place that I see is going to be, boom, $7.23. Then I see all that resistance right around 760 to 770. And then I see big window of opportunity. So ANY, definitely keeping that one on watch, team. INDP, obviously we can't forget about INDP. I mean, even IRNT is getting some action towards it, guys. Even IRNT is getting a little bit of action. So we have a lot of stocks to watch over lunch, all right? So number 1 stock to watch over lunch, obviously INDP. Number 2, I like ANY. And number 3, we'll keep IRNT on watch. Is there a cup and handle on AMC? It could be. I mean, you do have flat resistance, right? So you have one big U shape. Let's go ahead and run a fib from that low to that high, and it did do a 50% retracement. Came down 50%, started to reverse. That is absolutely a textbook cup and handle formation. Sam, good eye. Beautiful cup and handle. Big U shape. The handle, right? The handle here pulled back 50%. That 50% also happened to be that prior high. The 50% fib also happened to be the VWAP. And now you're starting to see that curl on up. So absolutely, this could definitely be a little bit of a cup and handle formation there on AMC. But one thing that you got to be mindful of as well, Sam, is not only do you see a cup and handle, what else do you notice? When you kind of zoom into that chart a little bit, when you kind of open her up like that, what else do you notice here on AMC? If you take that spiking high and run it off that spiking high, not only do you have a cup and handle, right, you also got this downtrend that we have to break above. So that's just something to be mindful of. Just something to be mindful of. You do have a slight downtrend off those spiking highs. So that's just something to be mindful of there on AMC. So we'll give it a couple more minutes, guys. You know, it's 12:06 in the market. We do have some nice opportunity and some nice some action here. Now, right now, I'm just kind of sitting back and trying to identify the best opportunity. And I'm going to run a 3-minute chart right now on INDP. I'm just going to run a 3-minute chart. Yeah, if you're looking from pre-market, yeah, you definitely have a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders formation. If you're looking from pre-market, could be a left shoulder, could be a head, could be the right shoulder, neckline right across the top. If you're looking from pre-market, if you're looking from just the open, right, big U shape, higher low, right, definitely look like it could be a nice little cup and handle formation to get that break on up. So either way, it's definitely still a reversal setup, right? You could definitely see an inverse head and shoulders from pre-market, or you can see that nice little intraday little cup and handle from market open. Nexoids, does someone want a YOLO INDP 30 calls with me? Expiration date tomorrow? Ugh. Let's go look at the call. INDP doesn't have calls. INDP does not have an options chain. So I'm going to wait for INDP to come all the way down towards around that 2150, 2180, right in that 61.8 fib. That's where I want to get involved, guys. That's where I want to get involved on this. All right. So right now I'm just drawing this trend line. Gonna run it on up just to see if it's something that's going to be validated here. And if I see the stock set up, I'm going to start building a position. I'm going to start dollar cost averaging into INDP. I'm going to have the mindset of maybe a longer term trade, right? Not go all in and all out. I think INDP still has some massive potential to continue higher today. Okay, so when we start coming down into support, start dollar cost averaging in, right? I'm going to start just getting in, because I think, what do you guys think? Do you think INDP hit the high and that's the highest it's going to be? Or do you guys think INDP has more room to the upside today? What are you guys thinking, right? Everybody in chat, do you think INDP, was that the top and we're done? Or do you think INDP still has more room to the upside today? What are you guys thinking inside of chat? What are you guys thinking over on YouTube? I think it has more room to the upside. That's just me. But what are you guys thinking? Tom says done. Tom saying now done for the day. No more room left in it. Adam's like, I just want it to be done because I'm tired of the FOMO. I respect that. I respect it. Cornelius, up. Let me ask you guys a question. I like challenging you guys each and every day. I like challenging you guys, right? Why would you say INDP's done, right? And I'm going to explain why I think INDP still has some life in it. It's had 4 runs. Isn't odds are away from another run down? So if we look at like a higher time frame, right, and we would just kind of look at the bigger time frame, like in a 5-minute, leg up, consolidate, leg up. So as far as big runs go, our first big run was from low a day up to 21. We kind of flagged here on the 5 a little bit. Nice little formation. Then we got our second leg on up, right? So when I see it on like maybe a higher time frame, now if we look at it like each individual, like 1 minute, yeah, you could see each individual pop. You might say 1, 2, 3, and then it consolidated, right? Then you got 1, 2, 3, and now it's starting to pull back. But again, bigger picture, you know, looking at like a higher time frame, maybe like a 5-minute, we can see that we have 1 consolidation, 2 consolidation. What I noticed though, and here's why I think it could. Number 1, the volume's substantial, right? Number 1, the volume today is just absolutely insane. It's in a nice solid uptrend, right? It's in a nice solid uptrend. It's holding its gains relatively well. And look at the green candles to the upside, comparing it to the red candles to the downside, right? So here, 1, 2, 3, 4 candles rip to the upside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 candles on the pullback, right? So we see the stock making big moves up, right? And consolidating and pulling back healthy. Big move up, pulling back and consolidating healthy. That tells me that buyers are in control, getting that big move to the upside, and that there's healthy profit taking, that traders are just naturally taking profit little by little by little, right? If we would see the buyers really struggling to get that price up and then boom, getting slammed down, oh yeah, count me out, right? Sellers are in control, right? It takes so long for the buyers to push the stock up, right? Then so quick for sellers to slam it down. That stock would be done. But look at this. Buyers are able to get this stock to the upside fairly quickly. Boom, big time runs, right? Buyers are really getting that stock on up. And there's still a lot of buyers that even though you do have sellers taking profit, you still have people buying this, right? Which is causing the stock to not just dump on down, but to consolidate, right? That's healthy. That's good. That's natural. So to me, looking at everything, I still think right now at this point in time, buyers are still in control. And as long as buyers are in control, we could definitely see the stock making a new high a day. Yeah, ANY moving up little by little. I was never taking this because we had that resistance at 723, and then we have resistance at 760. If I get involved with ANY, I want to try and catch it in this big window, right? This 760 to 939 window, where we have a lot of room to really move to the upside. Right now, resistance, very close by. I'm still waiting on ANY, and let's be honest, INDP still has 80% of the focus. INDP has like 80% of the focus right now. ANY has a good amount of focus, but I still see a couple key levels that we need to really get above first before I'm interested in taking this long up to probably like $9 on ANY. So right now I'm like an INDP, guys. INDP, it's very consistent. Let's be honest, very consistent. Look at that nice big rip to the upside. Really nice consolidation. Whoop, nice big breakout. Starting to consolidate again. Right? It's very clean. It's very consistent. You don't see a lot of nice big run-ups and then big dumps. Right? The stock tries again and then a big dump. Right? You definitely don't see any indication that sellers are in control. If anything, you see that buyers are holding strong. Buyers are still in control of INDP at this point in time. So as long as we continue to see that, hey, buyers are still in control, I'm long biased. Right? The trend is your friend. As long as we hold this general trend and buyers stay in control, I'm still bullish. I'm still considering a long position for the next leg up here this afternoon. All right, team. So it is 12:15 in the market. What an amazing on building trade plans. All right. So again, if you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, please let me know. I will be more than happy to come back around 2 o'clock and answer those questions before we dive into our Power Hour commentary session, guys. Around 2:30 until 4 o'clock, we're going to rock and roll. We're going to have some fun, and we're going to see if there's still more opportunity in the market to make some big-time profits. Guys and girls, enjoy your lunch. Get a disconnect. Get outside. Smell the flowers, right? Just get out of the office, disconnect. It is lunch. Get some food, come back around 2 o'clock. We'll have 2 hours of opportunity to end our day to lock in great profits. And what I want you guys doing, if you're still here for the next 5 minutes, YouTubers, type in how much you're up for the day. If you're down like me, type it up. I'm down $52. Hi, my name's Josh. I'm a bad trader. I'm down $52 today. Nice to meet you, all right? Whatever your P&L is, profit or loss, post it in the comments here on YouTube. I want to see what you guys are working with today. Same thing inside of chat. Post your profits inside the profits chat. If you're slightly red, like me, right? Post it. Let's talk about it, all right? So with that being said, enjoy your lunch. If you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, please let me know anytime. I will be in and out of the office periodically over the next 2 hours, and we will be officially back on the mic right around 2:15 to 2:30 as we kick off Power Hour commentary session, guys. So enjoy your lunch. Once again, great job and great work, traders. Way to crush it, way to kill it, and way to just take advantage of this market, right? Way to take advantage, and I'm proud of you guys, all right? So I'll see you guys back here. What time? 2:15, 2:30. Let's go ahead and end it the way we always do, baby. In 3, in 2, in 1. Woo! Woo! My goodness, you guys fire me up. Loving each and every one of you. Awesome job, awesome work. I'll see you guys back here in about 2 hours. Enjoy your lunch, traders. I know you're somewhere out there. The trade, you're out there somewhere. Where you at? Are you on ANY, CEI, IRNT? What's going on, traders? What's up? And good afternoon, and welcome back to some afternoon, man, I'm out of it. Some afternoon commentary. Yes, power hour, ladies and gentlemen. What's up? What's going on? I hope you guys had an amazing lunch and that you guys are fired up, ready to go. CD Hunter, he's laughing. He's like, somewhere out there. Where you at? Where's the setup at? Where's the trade? Where's the money? Where's the opportunity? Because I gotta break that ice, guys. I gotta break the ice. You know, this is my week of scaling up on that small account. I'm ready for some couple $100 days consistently, guys. I'm ready, right? Small account. I know I'm restricted to capital, but I'm ready for a couple $100 day consistent. So I'm just looking to see where that opportunity's at, guys. You know, unfortunately, SONN for me, not a bad trade, just didn't work out. I'm still not disappointed with the trade. I think it was a pretty good trade. I would take it again if I saw that same exact setup. And I just had a lot more, you know, I thought I had a lot more potential than what it actually did. So with that being said, guys, what do we have coming into the end of the day? I noticed INDP just getting absolutely destroyed. Almost going red on the day, guys. Like, my goodness, this thing just giving absolutely everything back at this point in time. But let's go ahead and take a step back and see, hey, you know, we did just hit 2883 highs. I mean, we're giving everything back, but could we see a little bit of a reversal here on INDP? So first things first, I'm going to throw it right on that 5-minute chart. Looking at the RSI here, trying to put in a nice little W here on the RSI, and you can see some slight divergence. Nothing crazy, but look at the RSI with that low, right? Put in a lower low here. RSI showing a little bit of divergence. We see a really nice clear W here on the 5-minute chart. I mean, again, from overbought to oversold, slight divergence right at the open, and the open would, you know, definitely hold this stock up as some kind of support, right? But really, you know, how high could it go? So right now, maybe got like 1181 support. I mean, where did we open today, guys? We opened at 1185. So 1185 is the open. If we were going to look at INDP for a possible bounce and for a possible reversal, we know our stops would be below the open or right below this low point right here at 1160. So, I mean, you know, it's decently low risk, but what's the reward potential here? That's the question. You know, how high could this go? Well, I see it being able to get back up to like 15 bucks, right? So if we do bounce, we do have a nice little pop back on up, maybe right around 15 bucks. What's another way to tell, guys? What's another way to tell, you know, where this could bounce back up to? Well, not only can we run Fibonacci retracements from low to high to get an idea of where it could pull back to, but same thing. Right? When the stock is selling on off, we can actually take a fib from that high, draw it on down to that low, and this right here will give us an idea of where the stock could bounce to as well. So that's suggesting, you know, that 23.6 fib, that we could actually bounce somewhere, you know, we could get up towards around that 1568. Now me, I like using extensions, right? I was always trained and taught to use extensions, so I would grab an extension from the high, I'd run it to the low, and I'd run her back up to the high, and our 78.6 Fibonacci extension puts us right at 1528. So that's, to me, a little bit better. utilizing the extension versus a retracement. So let's see if INDP can possibly reverse here. We do see slight divergence forming, starting to go from oversold, right? We're starting to see a little bit of buying momentum return to INDP, and we're right at the open, which is a decent little level of support. So just looking to see if INDP gets a nice little bounce off this level here. Maybe it runs back up towards around that $15 mark. And again, if I were to take this trade off the dip, I'd have about a 50 to 60 cent loss over on INDP. So right now, I'm considering the dip buy on INDP. I'm considering trying to nail this for a possible little reversal here on INDP. The question is, what's the position I want to take, right? I could lose up $150 a day and be in line, but do I like it enough? Do I think it has potential? Yeah, it got completely destroyed. I definitely think we may see a little bit of a bounce here. Again, as long as we do not drop below that 1160 level. So I'm going to wait for this 5-minute candle to close out. Just did. And I'm going to actually switch this back to a 3-minute just to get a really good idea. Like, the last thing I want to do is get in and see it just flush out and crack. So we've been rejected by the 9 EMA on the 3-minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? It's getting rejected. So if we see a candle close above the 9 EMA, above that level of support, I could see myself trying to take it for a quick little bounce here on INDP. Again, I know we have room up towards around that $15 level there on INDP. We can see this whole time, even on a 2-minute, that 9 EMA just rejected. So where's the 5-minute 9 EMA? 5-minute 9 EMA is right now, that's 1269, 1268, 1269. So I would actually just run this on a 3-minute chart because it's still being respected on the 3. Looking to see if we get a pop in volume and if we actually see the stock trying to close back above that 9 EMA here. I like the fact that it has low risk. We see the divergence. We're right at that level of support. Definitely think we may see buyers move in for a possible little bounce here on INDP. Do we have any bad news come out or anything like that? When did this start selling off? It started selling off right around 11:30. I didn't really see any bad news hit. Yeah, it just sold off. Just sellers took control for the longest time. Curious to see if we start to see a little bit of a possible reversal here on INDP. So we're just going to keep this one on watch and see if that one does set up. I'm going to throw INDP, NDP off to the side here. And just monitor this one over the next few minutes and see if this one ever does try and pop back up to the upside just a little bit. ANY, though. ANY's been a nice little mover. Slow and steady up to those 2 targets. Ended up hitting those highs of 787. That 760 level was a pretty key level that I wanted to see ANY stay above for that leg up towards around 9. But again, we still do have some good support back down around that 726, 725 level. Yeah, they didn't even leave the bones on that one. They completely just ate it up. Just ate it all up. No salvaging that one, guys. But when a stock runs up like that, it sells off. And then when the stock sells off, buyers start to move back in. And that's just what I'm thinking is if we do start to see, these sellers are depleted now and we have more opportunity to have buyers move back in for a possible reversal, we could definitely see a pop back up towards around 15. And, that's a quick, possibly $2, $3 move there on INDP. I'm assuming it doesn't crack below the open, which was right around that 1185, and right now we are testing that level. Really, really, really trying to get a nice little bounce off of it. It is a riskier trade, right? It's a riskier trade. But at the same time, I do like setups like this because, every now and then they do work out really nice and you get a really solid bounce, and the risk is low. You have to be willing to accept that, 50-cent risk. I'm looking to get maybe $3 out of it to the upside. ATER. ATER, if it drops back below 1090, I'd get out. If it drops back below like 1090, 1094, I would get out of ATER. I'm going to give INDP a go, guys. I'm just going to give INDP a shot. It's back above that 9 EMA. It's trying here. I'm just going to give it a shot, guys. Small position, nothing crazy, like 50 shares. I'm just curious. It popped a little bit. It's coming out of oversold. You see a little bit of buying momentum moving in. We saw divergence right at the open. Again, we explained, there's 3 separate reasons why we could see that possible reversal here on INDP, and we actually had a decent little candle above that 9 EMA. So I'm just going to give it a go and see if it pops. Again, I don't recommend like just shadowing me and mirror trading me, right? If this is like not your go-to and you do not like trades like this, please don't, mirror trade me and jump on it as well. I just threw 50 shares at it to see if it does get some action towards it. But yeah, ATER back below like 1090. That's a level that I would definitely consider getting on out of ATER if I was you. If this was my large account, I'd probably be taking profits at 30 to 50 cents. But that small account, I'm looking for that bigger move. And that's the one thing that's been a little challenging the last couple of days, is really identifying that stock to, jump on in and just ride the momentum. And then today it was INDP, right? Today was that beautiful, like $12 entry, riding that momentum all day. And that was beautiful up until lunch. But right now, it's like, where is the best of the best opportunity to get a nice low entry and really ride some of that momentum for a nice big move to really capitalize with that small account? So right now, I do have a small little position there on INDP, just looking to see if it does get a bounce. We are starting to curl out of those oversold conditions, looking like we may try and start moving back up here just a little bit of a short-term bounce, possibly back up to like 15 bucks. CEI not really doing too much today. IRNT, this one's just kind of slow and steady right now. We'll see if this one can get back above that $30 level there on IRNT. TRYA, not even looking at that one. That one's doing absolutely nothing. And then really ANY is the one that has the best opportunity, guys. ANY. So run yourself a beautiful little trend line on the play. Check it out right at the trend line. Let's see if it can hold on up the trend line. If it can, and definitely staying above that 726, 730, I definitely can see ANY getting that nice higher low push back up to those highs. And breaking over those highs, again, we could definitely see it up towards around like $9.40 there over on ANY. So right now, definitely watching ANY here coming into the end of the day. Looking to see if it can hold this trend line and hold above, ideally, that 726 level and get another little leg up here back up to those highs. I don't think INDP is going to get it. It had the opportunity to get above that 9 EMA. And right now, it's just really struggling right now to actually stay above that level and get a nice little pop. So we shall see. If I start seeing bids back at like 12 bucks, I'll probably just walk away from it. It was worth the shot, We'll see. We shall see. So right now, ANY, All we have here is a nice little uptrend. 1, 2, 3 points coming off of a higher high. So again, we are in a beautiful uptrend on ANY. We could definitely hold this uptrend and get that leg back up towards around 787. Stops right now would be right around like 720-ish. Right underneath that level of support if you were looking to go long or you were already in on ANY. So again, right now, the number one stock coming into the end of the day team is going to be ANY off the uptrend, followed by a possible, right? Risky, but possible reversal. You know, there was a few separate reasons on ANY why it was worth, me giving it a shot here to see if we could see some buyers move back in. And, still looking at it on the 5-minute. The 5-minute still what's convincing me to stay in this trade because the 5-minute does show some buying momentum and some strength returning to the stock. Just getting that nice closure over that 90 EMA, I think is what a lot of other traders are waiting for. And once we get that, if we get it, we could definitely see some extra volume move in and actually see this get that nice little pop to the upside here over on INDP. So, again, just still trying to get something to work for me. So let's go ahead and pull up INDP real quick and see if it's starting to get a little bit of that little curl to the upside here. See if we can start kind of like curling a little bit with a little bit of volume. Maybe start seeing this back over 13 here momentarily and locking it just a couple bucks on a quick little bounce play. Definitely picking up on the time and sales, so there's definitely a lot more orders going through, but it's still pretty scattered. Buyers and sellers, buyers and sellers. But, the tape's definitely moving a little bit more now, so you're starting to see a little bit more activity move into INDP, but it's just still a little choppy, right? Still just a little choppy right now on, who's really in control. It's just 50-50, buyers and sellers back and forth, and it's just been sitting sideways here, so... It was nice to see that time and sales just ramp up there a little bit, showing that we do have a little bit more activity moving in, not just kind of scattered. It's definitely starting to heat up a little bit. So let's see if buyers can get something going here off these lows on INDP. Right off the open, a little bit of that divergence. higher time frame reversal possibility back above the 90 EMA with that 5-minute divergence as well. And definitely showing it may have a little bit of strength, maybe just for a little push to the upside. Not looking for it to go back to 20, 30 bucks, nothing like that. Looking for a couple dollars to the upside here on INDP. If we just get some buyers to kind of step in behind this and start, taking it for that bounce play. I don't know, though. It's already had 1-2 opportunities to get that little pop. It's already had a couple different attempts, and it just keeps failing. So I'm still kind of like 50-50 with it. Still 50-50 with it on INDP if it's really going to get that little reversal here. I don't think it's going to. Where's INDP's halt level to the downside? 1099. 1099. What's ANY up to? ANY, it's definitely right there at the trend line, guys. Definitely right there at the trend line, and it's starting to bounce. That's some nice confirmation there on ANY right off that trend line. If you guys like that one, room back up to 787 there on ANY. Yeah, that was a nice little pop there right off the trend line, showing that buyers are there, definitely respecting that uptrend. So again, you can put stops right there at like 735. On ANY, looking for this to hold the trend line, not lose it, not crack below, for the leg back up into the 780s there. Come on, please, don't break my heart. We'll see, guys. We'll see. I mean, you're right at support. You know, if you get stopped out, it's very, very tight. Very tight on the stop. And if it gets the bounce, it's going to be a pretty decent bounce. So, in my opinion, it was worth the risk because the risk was so low, and the opportunity, if it does bounce, is pretty decent. And it's definitely not bad. You know, I'm risking like, what, 50 cents? 60 cents? And if it does actually start to reverse here and get a little bit of a bounce, not only would we start to see some of that, you know, profit, some of that green, but then other traders like, oh, it's finally bouncing. And then they start running into it, starting to, you know, push it back to the upside. So, let's see. ANY cracked down hard. Oh my goodness, guys. A lot of decent setups. Decent setups just getting absolutely wrecked. Destroyed. I mean, ANY, third point off the trend line. We saw the volume. We saw traders definitely trying to hold that level on up, and then just out of nowhere, big flush, big dump. Not a fan of that price action there. That's no bueno right there, guys. So right now, you know, INDP had some good, or I'm sorry, ANY had some good potential there. Third point of the trend line. We saw that volume confirmation. We saw it pop up there. We definitely saw buyers trying to respect that level, and then just it curled on over and just really got hit hard. So that's why we got to have those nice tight stops on those trades, guys. Nice tight stops. Today, the market, it's moving, but it's not really consistent. It's not really, a lot of predictability, a lot of consistency behind these like A+ setups. Again, the only one today was INDP this morning. That was the only consistent setup that I've seen all day was INDP. ANY failing. INDP right now not doing anything. But this morning, I mean, it was absolutely beautiful. But other than that, that's like the only really good setup I've seen today that's actually worked out really nice. So again, you guys know that I'm just currently in 1230 cost basis. Looking to see if INDP just gets a little bit of a bounce, a little bit of a pop. Maybe get like $1 or so out of it, you know what I mean? And if not, then that's my trading day. And it's just been a pretty iffy day today, guys. You know, Monday was pretty iffy. Yesterday was not bad at all. Yesterday was a pretty decent day in the market. A lot of good opportunity. And today, it's just a lot of the predictability and a lot of the consistency is just not there behind a lot of these setups. Now, don't get me wrong, there is opportunity. But as far as like consistent setups actually working out, no issues, it's definitely a little 50-50, guys. Definitely just a little 50-50. Oh no, INDP is looking a little weak. It's had every opportunity in the world. I honestly don't know if it's going to get it, guys. I honestly don't think it's going to do it. I think it's going to continue to crack and drop. Like, it's had every opportunity in the world to actually get that nice little pop to it, and it's just taking too long, right? If it was going to bounce, I would have expected to already see it bounce, and it's probably just going to sit sideways here, just up, down in that little 50-cent window that's been trading in. So right now, ANY cracked really hard. IRNT's not really doing all that much. CEI today was pretty sideways. Anything else? Really, that's it. It was ANY and INDP. Yeah, right? Maybe it's waiting 4 more minutes. Maybe it's waiting for power hour on the dot. But it's taken way too long. If it was gonna start to actually show some strength and show like, hey, I'm gonna try and bounce here, I definitely would have expected to see it try a little bit harder. And right now, it's just not really getting that attempt. It's not really even attempting right now, and it's definitely had every opportunity in the world to get that, you know, attempt for that nice little bounce or a little pop back up. But we shall see. Game of patience. Just a game of patience, and I'm out. Oh, how I love Lightspeed. Lightspeed always giving me good executions. Lightspeed always giving me good executions. I'll take it. Yeah, maybe the month of September. This September may just be a little bit of a choppier September, guys. It really may be just a little bit of a choppier September. You know, right now we've had a couple really hot days and we have some really good setups. I mean, don't get me wrong. ATER, absolutely amazing for this month. You know, LIFE had some great potential there on Monday. You know, ISEE's had some good potential over the last couple of days. Even, you know, FCEL yesterday, right? So we've had some great opportunity. But we've also seen a lot of just inconsistency in the market. A lot of choppiness. A lot of choppiness, guys. So, again, it's just about trying to identify the best of the best setups, right? Really trying to identify where the opportunity is, take advantage of it, and just lock in that cash, right? Lock it in and then just be done. So right now, ANY, how's ANY looking? Not looking. Cracking that nice little uptrend. INDP. Rejecting, continuing to move lower. This one's probably going to continue just the fade and fall. IRNT. Again, if this one can break above 30, back above 30, you know, we could definitely see it back up at 32, but there's not a real crystal clear A+ setup in front of us. There's really not. It's just slightly grinding back up to resistance. It could definitely try and break on out, but we haven't really, no, I can't say that either. We've seen some stocks really break out, but this afternoon, right? This afternoon, since everything really started turning on over and fading and falling, like INDP, you know, IRNT from 32 back down to 28, we really haven't seen anything get that really nice, strong leg up. You know, even like ANY, right? ANY looking like it had some of the best potential. And even this one cracking and fading and falling. So we're not really seeing a lot of strong pushes from the buyers here so far this afternoon, guys. And we have about an hour left to go. APRN halted. APRN, A to the P to the R to the N. Apron. Blue Apron Holdings. What we got going on here? Blue Apron to raise $78 million of equity. Blue Apron equity raises includes $45 million fully backstopped rights offering to holders as Class A common stock. All right, so there's a credible reason, decent little reason for APRN to be getting some action here. So we'll definitely watch this one. You know, we have something fresh that's moving. Maybe this one will actually hold on up and have some nice little opportunity today. You know, we could definitely see it up to like 550. That's about it, like 550 here to fill that gap. And if it's strong enough, possibly up to 6. But those are going to be your two targets there on APRN. It's going to be 550 and 6 with support all the way back down from the daily chart, right around like 470 to 472 there on APRN. Go ahead and go through our penny stock gainers and losers today. UROY. You got UROY in a nice, slow, and steady grind to the upside here over the last couple of days. I know we were checking this one out yesterday. Got a nice little uptrend right there on UROY as well. Support back down to like 5,505. This one's trying to get some action. It's definitely consistent. Definitely consistent. Tom, is it better to draw trend lines on the 5-minute or the 1-minute? There's no right or wrong answer, right? You can draw a trend line on a 1-minute. If you identify a validated trend line on the 1-minute, you can draw them on the 5, 15, 30, daily, hourly, monthly. You can draw trend lines on any time frame. Any time frame. So there's definitely no right or wrong answer there. And every now and then, traders have their own preference on time frames that they like to use. So some traders only trade the 5-minute. So if they were drawing trend lines, they're only drawing on the 5. Some day traders only trade on the 1-minute chart. So if they're drawing trend lines, they're only drawing on the 1. I like to be a chameleon, right? I like to kind of switch between my 1, my 5, maybe a 15, maybe look at a 30-minute, kind of just the overall picture, the overall trend, and everything like that. So I do like to kind of switch around time frame to time frame because sometimes you could see a 5-minute setup that you can't see on a 1-minute. And sometimes you could see, you know, a setup on the 1-minute chart, and sometimes you can't really see it as clear on a 5-minute. So I like to be a chameleon. I like to kind of adapt and just filter between my different time frames just to see if I notice something, if something stands out to me on that particular time frame. So no, you choose the time frame on where you can get a read of the analysis better, right? So you're choosing the time frame on where you think you can understand the analysis better, right? So for instance, UROY. I'm looking at UROY. Look at how choppy this is. Look at how scattered this price action is, right? Do you see this chart? You look at how just choppy and scattered and unclean those candles are, but go look at IRNT. You see how it's not as scattered, as choppy. It's a little bit cleaner, a little bit more consistent as far as the way those candles are forming. And then you go back and look at UROY, right? You can see a big difference in just the way it looks over that period of time. So for me, I would say, you know what? I don't really want to be looking at this on a 1-minute. I kind of want to clean this up a little bit. Let's go ahead and go to a 5-minute chart. That looks a lot better. It looks a lot nicer. I would definitely be looking at UROY on a 5-minute. So based on that, I chose the 5-minute because it cleans that chart up a little bit more and it allows me to really just focus on the technicals in a cleaner way. So choose the time frame where you could really read the technicals in the clearest way possible, and then you go ahead and start applying those technicals, your technical analysis, Fibonacci's, trend lines, support resistance, everything like that. So again, time frame is completely personal preference at the end of the day. You know, I use a 1-minute. I use a 2, a 3, a 5, a 15. It really just depends on what I see based on that certain time frame. So hopefully, Tom, that answers your question. Frank, what up? Frank said, I can't read any time frame. Well, Frank, I guarantee the more that you hear, and the more you hear me talk and we're analyzing stuff, the more it's going to start clicking, and the more it's going to make sense, Frank. I personally like to use the monthly and the yearly. Yeah, so I don't really use monthly and yearly. I really stick to like the daily chart for the day trades. Now, when we're looking at like swing trades and maybe longer term investments, absolutely, I'll look at the monthly. I'll look at the weekly chart, right? I'll really dive into some of those higher time frames. I've used the Heikin-Ashi candles before. They're longer term frames to help you see the trend more clearly. So those are really good for, in my opinion, like swing trades for the Heikin-Ashi candles. But trying to implement those on like a 1 minute chart for day trading, it's not going to be really that accurate, right, for your day trading. So I don't like using them, the Heikin-Ashi candles, for like intraday day trading, but maybe for like looking at the bigger picture, you know, like a 15-30 minute chart, right, over the course of a few days to get an idea of the overall trend and the flow. Maybe for like a swing trade, yeah, absolutely. Every now and then I'll throw a Heikin-Ashi up. But honestly, I could read the charts pretty well, even with just the basic candlesticks. So honestly, I'm really just switching up those time frames, not really switching up the candles at all. So right now, guys, there's really not a lot going on in the market. I mean, there's really not. Let's go check out a few more. Let's just scan through this list. AGRI. You know, anything with AGRI, yes, it's getting a little bit of hype right now over the past probably 30-ish minutes. So what's going on with ARGI? At 8:45 a.m., they dropped a press release, did nothing. 14:25. When did this start moving here? 14, slightly after that other press release. Advanced technology stands out in a suddenly crowded, controlled environment, agriculture and vertical farming industry. This morning, they announced a definitive agreement to acquire food production and processing IP. So honestly, this morning, the press release was better than the little article that just popped up here about, you know, what, about an hour ago? And it didn't do anything this morning. They dropped the press release at 8:45, 8:50, 9:03, 10:34, doing nothing. Boom, they drop another little press release. Looks to almost kind of be the same thing, just worded differently at 14:45. And now it's getting some hype. So, you know, definitely a pretty odd market. You know, the same press release generating some hype and attention to ARGI. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, honestly, but you know, it is moving on up. It does have some action to it. We are right into a key level of prior supports, new resistance, right around that 290 on AGRI. Yeah, BBIG, a little bit of a pop there, but I don't know if it's sustainable. Looking at the daily chart, still pretty nasty to the downside, so. BROS, new IPO. Dutch Bros. The Dutch Bros. It's got a new IPO here. IPO, nice pop. It's kind of flagging a little bit right here, so BROS actually doesn't look all that bad. You know, bottom channel support right now around 36.53. So 36.50 support with a high day resistance right around 40 on BROS. A and Y right now, it's just in a nice little downtrend. Let's go ahead and remove that uptrend. Let's remove that. A and Y, let's go ahead and connect these highs, run it on down, and just see if A and Y sets up, possibly break the downtrend here, guys. But right now, honestly, if we really look at the market, is there any opportunity here on CEI? Not really, guys. Is there really a lot of opportunity here on IRNT? Not really, guys. INDP? Nope. A and Y? Maybe. You know, we could definitely see a break of the downtrend here. BROS. Yeah, I think BROS has some good opportunity. Definitely getting some volume here, looking for the retest of 40. $39.99. We're just going to round it up to 40. Over 40, I mean, really the sky's the limit. It goes highs at once. It's gone from a low of $32.42 today to a high of $39.99. And it currently is up, what? From 32 bucks up to 39. About 20%. About 22%, 23%. So it's already up, 20, 30, or 20, 23% on the day. How's AMC looking today? AMC, again, that's why we wait to grab puts, guys. That's why we wait to grab any kind of puts, because we are looking to close back above that 46, 43. Honestly, I don't even know why I have that level drawn up. Honestly, the level is right up there where we broke out, right around like that 48 mark. Right around 47.77. Yeah, and that was even the high here today. So we'll still keep AMC on watch to see if it can get back above that 47.77 to 48 and maybe rebound to the upside Thursday, Friday. How's AMD looking? AMD, still keeping that one on watch. Nothing right now, nothing right here. CRM actually bounced off that 253 pretty nice here. Nice little bounce. How's the SPY looking? SPY rebounded really, really nice. So right down to that 50 SMA. Looks like we're going to be closing back above the 20 EMA. And we're going to be back inside of this nice rising wedge. Now I say nice rising wedge because it's at least still in this, pretty consistent uptrend over the course of the last, almost 2 years now. But it's getting tighter and tighter and tighter. So eventually, guys, you'll probably see it crack starting to pull back, around the SPY. Will I be looking back at SONN for tomorrow? Probably not. Definitely not. Yeah, definitely not. SONN is dead. I had opportunity today. It didn't hold on up. Traders completely just disregarding it, taking it off their watch list, just like I'm doing. I'm definitely not going to be watching SONN for tomorrow. The SPY, yeah, I like the fact that the SPY definitely looks like it's going to be closing above that 20 EMA, back above that long-term trend line. And, like I said, anytime it's, pulled back, it's shot up really aggressively, right? Into the 50 SMA, it rebounds back into all-time highs. Back into the 50 SMA, it rebounds in the new all-time highs. Look at every time it's came down to that 50 SMA and rebounded back in to new all-time highs. And every time that it closes above the 20 EMA, it just grinds right back up, right? Bouncing off the 50 SMA, closing above the 20 EMA, shooting right back up, right? Down towards the 50, closing above the 20 EMA, shooting right back up. So today, definitely looks like we'll see the SPY do well over the next, couple of weeks. Maybe back up to retest those highs of 450, 405. Yeah, BROS going for the high a day again here. Let's see if it's going to get a new high a day. Right at $39.99, and you're starting to see a little bit of selling move in here. So right now, coming into the end of the day, it's really just BROS. ANY still getting rejected, guys. Not liking that one. Absolutely not liking INDP. I'm taking that one off the watch list. IRNT, like 50-50 with it. Could it definitely break over 30, back up to 32? Yes, but is there a really nice setup here? Not really. The only thing that you have is this slight uptrend, but you kind of see a possible little reversal setting on up, right? Coming down off of a lower high into the trend line. That's definitely a little bit of a bearish signal there over on IRNT, but You know, again, what makes sense today in the market? What makes sense today in the market? So we're going to be watching IRNT coming into the end of the day. ANY, just to see if that one could possibly turn around. And then BROS, if it ever breaks over 40, you know, we can definitely start to see this rip and run to the upside like it really has done throughout the day. Other than that, UROY, any reason to get involved with this one right now? No, just keep it on watch back down towards around 505 and that uptrend as well. APRN, I mean, that one popped right up to 5, getting slammed right back down, just up and down, up and down. Pretty choppy. There's nothing really to go off of there on APRN. MCRB, coming right into that 20 EMA. ANTF. So yeah, team, you know, been doing this for 7 years, right? Today, on a scale of 1 to 10, right? I wouldn't even say today, right? I would say since about 12 o'clock, right? So this afternoon, the last 3 hours, how would you guys honestly rate these market conditions on a scale of 1 to 10? 1 being absolutely sucks, 10 being the market's on fire. Where's the opportunity, Josh? Because I'm ready to make some money. Corey throwing a 3 out there. Woof. Corey's not confident with the market whatsoever. Frank saying a 1. Levi, a 5. A 4. You guys, we're all on the same page here, guys. A 4. JR Shot says a -4. -4 from JR Shots. Yeah, we're all on the same page, guys, right? You know, I've been doing this for 7 years. This is definitely like a 50-50 day, right? I would say a 5. You know, it's okay. It's good. There's been opportunity in the market. You guys have absolutely been crushing it, right? There's been some fucking big time profits in profits chat. So I can't complain. The market's been very generous, you know, offering these opportunities that we could take advantage of and make money. So we saw some big time profits across the board today. So it's definitely a good day. There's definitely opportunity, but looking at it after 12, it's definitely a lot of inconsistency, right? Definitely a lot of inconsistency. Decent setups that are just not really working on out, guys. Like ANY was a pretty decent setup, and again, just getting absolutely destroyed. Nasty little rug pull there. BROS is trying to get a little new high a day, but immediately got rejected at $40.05, all the way back down to $39.30 now. Hey, JR Shots, $23 is better than red. $23 is better than being red on the day, my man. Green is green. At least you're not having 2 red days back to back, my man. No. I had a red day Monday and a red day today. Boo. But again, guys, the whole point of the challenge is what? What's the number one purpose of the small account challenge? Obviously, we want to grow our accounts, right? We want to see that $10,000 account grow into a $60,000 account. But what's the point? The real purpose of the small account challenge? That's gonna rain. I love Florida. Exactly. To make good trades, right? To be consistent. Just at the end of the day, to be consistent, right? Again, it's a challenge. It's a challenge. To be consistent with this challenge, regardless of the profit. Now, I want you guys seeing big time profits, and let's be honest, you guys are seeing some big time profits. But the biggest takeaway, the big reason, right? The purpose of the small account challenge isn't to make 100 grand. It's to sit there and prove to yourself that, hey, I have what it takes. I was consistent for 5 months. Yeah, I only took a $5,000 account to 10 grand. That's 100%, by the way, right? So even if you say I took my $5,000 small account to 10 grand in 5 months, it's amazing. That's 100% return in 5 months, right? But the point is to say, you know what? I applied myself during the challenge. I took the initiative. I stayed consistent with my trades for a full 5 months. The takeaway from this is so you guys are confident with larger accounts coming into the first of the year, so you're ready to actually start doing this full time if that's what you want. So again, it's not to take 5 grand to 60 grand, right? That would be amazing. And if anybody does that, fuck yeah, right? The goal is to make consistent profits, see that account grow. So at the end of the day, you're like, I'm confident. I've been consistent for 5 months. Now I'm ready to maybe start adding more to the account as I'm trading the account, right? You got a $5,000 account, you grow it to 10. You feel confident. You were consistent. Now you maybe want to throw 5 grand in there and have a $15,000 account. Still growing it over another couple months. Maybe throwing some more money in there until eventually you're over the PDT rule and eventually you're making $500 days. And it all started with being consistent day 1 through the end of month 5 for the challenge, guys. All right, so that's the goal here, is really just to get that consistency under your belt so when those accounts do grow, and they are, and as you start funding your accounts with more capital and you're over that PDT rule and you're trading more often, more full time, you've already know what it takes to make consistent profits in the market because you did it straight 100% for a full 5 months, and that's what it takes to get that under your belt, guys. Everybody hit it on the head. TikTok Mom, make good trades. JR Shots, take better trades, right? Because now it's not trade, right? It's not a margin account. You don't got 50 grand, 100 grand. You're not trade all the time. You really got to learn discipline too, guys. You got to be able to sit on your hands. Not trade some days. Manage your risk really, really good. Sit back and wait for the best of the best opportunity. Taking better trades and not just trading everything because you see it moving. You have to be even more disciplined because you only have half of your account to trade with for that day. So not only are you learning that consistency, but you're learning discipline. You're learning how to be patient. You're learning how to identify really good setups. So yeah, taking better trades, being consistent. Ed, base hits, not home runs. Listen, guys, we all like home runs, right? We all love home run trades. And every now and then, we find ourselves in a home run trade. But the traders, from my experience, the traders that actively hunt for the next home run trade, that's all they're concerned about. Home run, home run, home run. I promise you, at the end of the day, the most profitable traders in the market, the most profitable traders are the ones that focus on getting on first base. They're not trying to fucking swing and smack it over the fences every time, right? And miss more than they hit. They're just trying to keep their eye on the ball and just hit the ball. Right? They're just keeping their eye on the ball, taking a nice swing and hitting it. Every now and then, beautiful, pop, home run. Oh, home run, baby. Nice. But their focus is just hitting the ball, getting on first base. Hitting the ball with consistency, getting on base, right? Not trying to swing and fucking knock it out of the park every single time because they're going to swing and miss more times than they actually make contact with the ball if they would just take it slow and steady and focus on getting on base. Right, guys? It's like stocks. I've talked to a lot of traders in my my career. A lot of great traders. And it all comes down to they're focused on base hits. They just want to get on first base. They're just focused on base hits. And every now and then, they find themselves in a home run. And that's like a reward for being so consistent and disciplined in the market. But the ones that really end up failing, right? Not everybody, but a lot are the ones that are actively looking for the home run trades each and every time. You're going to make more money focusing on base hits than you will looking for the next home run trade. And you're going to feel better about it because you have some consistency under your belt as well. JR Shots, I had a question on the day trade rule. Shoot. Go ahead. I am here to answer you guys' questions. Yeah, INDP gets a -10. Yeah, and Brendan, it was like a 7 to 8 this morning. Yeah, it was hot this morning. A lot of great opportunity. You guys were eating. You guys were crushing. But yeah, this afternoon, definitely more like a 3 to 5 for sure. So right now, team, we have about 35 minutes to go. Let's really try to see if there's any really good opportunity. MPX. Anything going on there, guys? MPX? MPX has been slow rocking and rolling, guys. That one was on the breakout scanner here. From $11 all the way up towards around $14.79. Very light volume, though. Very light volume. 379,000 shares, which is above the average. So looking at the average volume on this, I mean, it's definitely not low volume, but compared to some other stock, you know, it's only got about 379,000 shares being traded. You were saying you can day trade on the small account if you're only using 1% of your account. So 50% of your account, right? So if you have a $10,000 account on Monday and you use all $10,000 on Monday, Tuesday, your funds are going to be settling. Wednesday, they're going to be available. Let's say you use all those funds again on Wednesday. Thursday, it's going to be settling. You don't have any funds to trade with. Friday, it's available. All right? But if you do it this way, let's say you have a $10,000 account on Monday and you only use $5,000. Well, guess what? You still have $5,000 in your account that's settled. So come Tuesday, right, while that $5,000 from Monday is settling, you'll have $5,000 to trade with on Tuesday. Wednesday, guess what? The $5,000 that you used on Monday has settled, and now it's in your account on Wednesday. So now you have $5,000 to trade with on Wednesday. But remember, the $5,000 from Tuesday is settling Wednesday, and it'll be available for Friday. So if you always make sure you leave 50% cash balance settled in your account, you will always have settled funds to trade with. So you can get around the PDT rule. You can trade as much as you want, as long as you always have settled cash in your account. I'm not sure with Robinhood. Most brokers have a T+2 settlement period. So again, most brokers are a T+2. That's trade plus 2. So with that being said, most brokers, if you use your money on Wednesday, it'll be available for you on, if you use your money on Monday, if you use all your money on Monday, it'll be available for you on Wednesday, right? It's a T+2, trade plus 2. So with that being said, I'm not sure how Robinhood is, but I would think that they have a T+2 settlement as well, to where your funds will settle overnight, or not overnight, but one full day. Really? Robinhood limits you to 3 and a 5 day period no matter what. That might be just Robinhood. That's not the SEC regulations. The SEC states that if you have less than $25,000 on a margin account, you have less than $25,000 on a margin account, right? You're subject to the PDT rule. But if you have a cash account and you have settled cash, you can trade as much as you want. So maybe check, do you have a margin account or a cash account? Maybe you have a margin account, right? Maybe you need to, back it down to a cash account and see how that works. Or set up with Webull. Webull's going to be much better for you anyway, to be honest, than Robinhood. And your cash too, okay, and your cash. They are looking out for the new guy. Right. You can only buy 1 share of AMC. Right. Yep, Webull has the standard T+2 for me as well. Yep. Lightspeed T+2. Actually, I think Lightspeed's overnight, because I've come in and I've seen more settled cash than what I should have, and I'm like, are you really settling my cash overnight? If so, fuck yeah, Lightspeed. I love you guys. A T+1. And I mean, they could do a T+1. They should do a T+1. You could settle funds pretty quick. You could settle those overnight before the next day. I don't know why they just don't do that. That would be amazing for traders that have cash accounts. If it would just settle overnight like options, you know? So APRN dropped a press release that they're planning on raising capital, $45 million. So Blue Apron Equity raise includes $45 million fully backstop rights offering capital raise there on APRN. So this one, we were already looking at it, and it had unhalted, shot up, pulled down, shooting back up. And again, the only reason I wasn't too crazy about it is we have resistance at the daily gap fill up towards around 550. So we already know that we're going to have some decent resistance, probably right around that 550 mark, guys, on APRN. With support all the way back down to like 420, right? So wasn't too crazy about the setup. There was literally no setup, and not too crazy about the risk to reward. And again, you know, my approach to the market over the past, you know, month and a half has been a little different, right? From those of you that have been with me since day one, my approach to the market, guys, has been much different. Normally, I look at APRN and say, all right, let me scalp this from 472 to $5. All right, let's take a quick little scalp. Boom, lock in 20, 30 cents. Bam. But now that I look at a stock, it's like if I don't see anything right away and I don't see a really good setup, I don't like it. That's my mindset. Like, I don't like it, guys. APRN, don't like it. But if I had my main account, I'd be like, okay, where can we find a quick scalp opportunity? So AEI, that swing trade was already at swing trade, guys. KPLT, I mean, if we honestly look at KPLT, I mean, I'm already out of KPLT. It's still inside of that squeeze formation. It's still going to be left on the watch list. Just like OSH, still going to be left on this swing trade watch list. DATS, that swing trade was done. Same thing with ZEV. It's still going to be left on our swing trade watch list. Looking to see if this one does pop back above the 200 SMA. And believe it or not, SOFI is still on the swing trade watch list for the squeeze and the break over that 50 SMA to fill that gap up towards around 1686. Nice little gap fill opportunity there on SOFI. So with that being said, team, that's what we have going on for swings. Nothing that I'm actively taking right now. Nothing that I'm actively taking right now at this point in time. We're going to watch lows for tomorrow. Watching AMD the remainder of this week. Still watching AMC. Obviously, we're watching the SPY, guys. Obviously, we're watching the SPY. I grabbed some calls when we were talking about it earlier. That, you know, definitely looking like we're going to, you know, rebound pretty nice. I went ahead and grabbed some 454 calls for 7 days out. They're on the SPY, as it does look like we're going to have a nice close above that 20 EMA after it pulled back hard. And again, I'm just looking at, you know, what we've done in the past, right? Anything could happen. It could definitely still curl on over. But again, I don't have too much money at it. Right? The old school way of trading when you used to hand deliver the paper shares, right? Or you have to like, okay, I want to day trade this. Ring, ring, ring. Rob, hey, it's Josh. I see this this stock, CPE. Yeah, I want to day trade it. Yeah, oh yeah, I want to get in at $37 with 1,000 shares. All right. Yep, let me know. I'm on hold. Hold on, guys. I'm on hold. Some good elevator music. It's not bad. Rob, we're good? All right, I'm in at 37 on 1,000 shares. Fantastic. Thanks, Rob. Appreciate it. Oh, shit, I want to sell it. Hey, Rob. Hey, Rob. Hey, it's up 20 cents. I'm up 200. I want to go ahead and sell it real quick. Yeah, right. You got to fucking pick up the phone and call your broker to place any trades. Like, And it's in the thing with the statistic too, guys, is I was doing some research on the statistic. I feel like what is that movie called? Fun with Dick and Jane. The statistic, right, of 95% of traders fail. I was actually going through a lot of these articles. A lot of these articles were published right at the start of the internet. Right at the start of the internet, where it was like the average day trader makes this much money from this study, blah, 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 blah. And I actually dove into it. And a lot of these studies were from like 05 and before, when technology was just really getting going. Now it's like we have direct market access, real-time quotes, don't need the middleman. Boom, it's right here in front of us. Honestly, I think the statistic is probably a little bit better than 95% of traders fail because, again, the technology in front of us allows us to be better versus the loopholes we had to run through, 15 years ago if you wanted to day trade, right? Is there a video on your current chart settings? I don't know if I have a video of my current chart settings, but what I can do is I can actually share this workspace right here with you. So I can go ahead and share this workspace. And if you want to load this workspace up and play around with it, you can. This is my personal workspace, guys. So I'll go ahead and post that up for you guys. If you guys want to take that and download it and utilize it as well. Again, exactly what you're looking at. You guys can have my layout. You can play around with it. So there's the link there for you guys. Absolutely. C-Town Daddy, I need a tongue lashing from you. Profits, turn pig. Sold out and was up $600. INDP, awesome profits for a day. Think about it this way, C-Town. You do that every single day, what do you make in a year? Just think about that. You just come in and make $600 a day, what do you make in a year? Well over 6 figures. Got greedy, bought back in, $23.50. Didn't put in a stop. Profits gone. Well, here's the thing. I'm not going to give you a tongue lashing. I'm not going to beat you down and say, you know what, that was the stupidest thing you could have ever done. You know what? Mistakes happen. We make mistakes, right? This is the quote that I have written down that I reflect on every day, and I share this with you guys almost every single day. Stock trading is a game of limiting your mistakes and taking every loss as a lesson. Do not put yourself down if you take a loss. Do not put yourself down if you make a mistake, right? Use that energy to motivate yourself to get back in the game, right? Don't sit there and beat yourself up. Man, I was up $600, now I'm down. I suck. No. Sit back and say, what did I do wrong, right? I was up $600, right? Why did I buy where I bought? Why did I not put a stop in? Why did I let my profits go back down to zero? Don't beat yourself up. Right? Learn from that mistake. You made a mistake, right? You're up $600. You're now break even on the day. Don't beat yourself up. It's only going to frustrate you and bring you back into the market tomorrow with a bad mindset. Use that mistake and learn from it, right? That's an opportunity, right? The market's giving you an opportunity to learn from that mistake. But very few people realize the market's giving you the opportunity to learn. They don't take it as a learning lesson. They take it as, I failed, I suck, I just got to make it back tomorrow. No, the market gave you an opportunity to learn. What did you learn? Next time you're up $600, fucking walk away for the day. What's another thing maybe you learned? Maybe have a rule that says, hey, once I exceed a certain dollar amount of profits per day, I'm done for the day, right? Right? Maybe you gotta have some rules. Maybe that's what you're learning. Have a rule. Hey, if I meet or exceed $500 of profits in one single day, I'm done for the day. And if you would have had that rule, you would have been done for the day and you would have walked away with $600. So the market's giving you an opportunity to learn from your mistake, to create some rules, to go back and review your trade, to figure out where it went wrong and what you can do better for next time. And that's going to put you in such a great positive mindset. So where when you come back tomorrow, you don't even care about the loss. The loss is what it is. You're like, whatever, it's in the past. I learned a lot from that loss and I'm not going to make the same mistakes again today to put myself in a similar position in a similar situation. So I'm not going to beat you up. I'm not going to tongue lash you. I'm just going to say, you know what? Take this as, you know, a positive thing, as the market giving you an opportunity to learn from that mistake. And now learn from that mistake, right? And come back tomorrow with a great fresh mindset. I've learned from my mistake. It's not going to happen again. It's a brand new day with brand new opportunity and brand new profits. Let's go and let's rock and roll. Yeah, SOFI is still trying to get some action. I still have, how many calls do I have on SOFI? Let's go look. I don't think I have a big position on SOFI. Yeah, I don't have a big position whatsoever with SOFI. I only have 8 contracts. 8 contracts for next Friday. 17 strike, which is filling the gap. We're about $2 away. Let's see if SOFI can show us any love. Let's see if SOFI can show us some love, guys. We shall see. All right, one last scan, guys. BROS really fought for that new high a day, getting rejected. No bueno there. ANY trying to get a decent little reversal, but honestly, I'm not trusting ANY this afternoon. I really don't trust anything this afternoon, guys. Right? ANY, flush, flush, flush. Now it's trying to move. I wouldn't be surprised if it looks like it's going to start popping and just flush on out. Could be wrong, but with just seeing how the market's kind of reacted, you know, this afternoon, I personally don't want to jump in anything. I mean, I'm not going to. I'm going to lock up my 145 loss and call it a day. Just looking to break through that ice and get some better market conditions and start seeing some good growth out of the account. I'm barely up for the month of September. So my small account is barely up. I mean, maybe like $100, $200. It would be a little bit more, but I paid my platform fee and my commissions with Lightspeed. So really, I'm like maybe up like $100, $150 for the month of September on the small account. It's just been a really slow start for me. Really trying to get off the ground for the month of September. But again, it's all about consistency, guys. That's really just what it's all about. It's all about consistency. Tom. Go to the website, Alpha Day Trade. Actually, you don't have to go to the website, Tom. Sign up with Lightspeed, right? You're definitely active. You're definitely trading. It seems like maybe some decent size because the loss that I saw with the slippage, that's definitely terrible. You know, do yourself a favor. Set yourself up with Lightspeed, right? Use code ALPHA, capital ALPHA, right? When you sign up with Lightspeed, if you want to do that. And then select Rob as your representative, right? So code alpha, right, for Lightspeed. And then Rob Livingston, I think it's Livingston, maybe it's Livingston. And then use him as your representative. We have a partnership with Lightspeed. So you get discounted commissions and fees. You get lower funding requirements. You get some incentives through our partnership with Lightspeed. So definitely, if you want to sign up for Lightspeed and get away from the slippage, right? The slippage is unreal. Like $1,000 is too much. $500 is too much. $100 is too much. You'll only pay probably a couple $100 a month for the platform and commissions and fees, which is definitely a lot better than thousands of dollars in slippage with TD Ameritrade. Because again, they've really gone downhill. Really gone downhill recently. So definitely, if you want, try out Lightspeed. It's very easy to use. It's very simplified as well, guys. This is Lightspeed. I mean, these are just my windows that I have open. I mean, this is it. And this is how simple it is, right? Again, I have my order entry box, my ticker that I'm looking at, how many shares, the market that I want to direct my order through, right? Market type, stops, limit on close, all the advanced, if I want to go through the dark pools or whatever. Again, it's very simple. Buy and sell, level 2, order entries, you know, all my orders that I've taken in my entries. I mean, it's very, very simple, easy to use platform, and it's lightning fast, super quick. It's definitely worth your time. Mike, absolutely. Been trading for before 2002. Wow. Had Scott trade E-Trade, Ameritrade. You have helped me more than any book. Yes, I have made tons of money and have lost a lot. Thank you for opening my eye and trading. Absolutely, Mike. 100%. I love hearing that. I love hearing that. So thank you so much for tuning into the streams and just being here and supporting me and allowing me to be here and do what I love and support you guys. And, again, help steer you guys in the right direction. So thank you guys so much for all the support and all the love that you show. It means a lot, guys. So right now we got 15 minutes to go, guys. 15 minutes, and there's not a lot going on. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and wrap up our trading day. Let's go ahead and wrap up our trading day, guys. Let's go ahead and get those post-market scanners up. I'm going to go ahead and get my loss and profit chat again. I'm the most transparent person out there, guys. I will share everything with you, the negatives, the pros, the good and the bad, the green and the red. I have nothing to hide. Oh, I already posted it up. 145.59 on the day, taking me down about 150 on the month on the small account now. So it's definitely been a rough start for me. Definitely been a choppier month on my part. This was the week of scaling in the size, and it's amazing, right? That the week that I decide to scale in the size is the week where I have a couple bad trades and I have a couple red days. So it kind of wiped me out. Last week was $50, $60 days, $50, $60 days. Now I'm scaling up in size, and I just happened to run into a few losers, which completely wiped me out. But now I have to stay consistent with the size. I can't resort back to the small size, right? And work on those really teeny-weeny plays and then try and scale up again just to take losses. Like, now that I'm scaled, I have to stay consistent, because if I resort back to what I was doing before and I run into a couple good trades, they're not going to be those big winners that offset some of these losers. I have to stay consistent with the size that I'm using right now. I'm going to have red days. It happens. But when I have the green days, we'll have $300 green days, which definitely offset the $100, $150 losses. What a lot of traders do when they scale, and I want to leave this with you guys today, all right? The last thing I want to leave you with is a lot of traders, they start scaling. Let's say they've been consistent with, 100 shares for a couple weeks, right? And now they want to scale to 200 shares, right? Now they scale up to 200 shares. They run into a couple losses. They see the bigger loss, right? If you go from 100 shares to 200 shares, your profits are going to double on average. Your losses are going to double on average as well. So they start scaling, right? Little by little, they're scaling. And they run into a couple, red trades. It happens. Maybe they have a slight red streak. They have a couple red trades. The market's not great. And they see those losses. They start to get scared, right? They start to get nervous. Maybe I'm not ready to scale up. Maybe I'm just not ready. They go back. They're consistent. I'm not consistent, but they see some green trades, right? They're taking some green trades. The market's beneficial. So what you can't do is when you scale, guys, if you scale the right way, I'm not saying going from 100 shares to 1,000 shares. I'm saying scaling little by little by little. Once you start scaling, you have to retain that, guys. I mean, at the end of the day, you have to try and stick with what you scale to, because you will run into some losses. If you scale up and you just run into a couple losses and then you resort back the following day, right? Those gains aren't going to really offset those losses. And then you're going to want to scale back up. Maybe you run into some losses, then you go back, and you're just back and forth from let's scale up, let's not scale up. Let's scale up, let's not scale up. And then you're just going to start breaking even. Once you scale up, and again, if you do it the right way, say like 25%. So you're doing 100 shares, you go to 125. Right? From 100 shares, maybe to 150 shares. Not going from 100 shares to 1,000 shares, but once you scale, you still have to be consistent while you're scaling in size, even through those losses. You can't get scared and see the bigger losses and resort back to the smaller size. When you start seeing those gains, it's not going to really do anything. You're pretty much going to break even. You have to push through the red trades, push through the rough times, and get through that phase with that size, and when you start seeing those profits again, you're going to feel confident, everything's going to offset, you're still going to make good profits, and then you're going to be ready to scale again. I did that before as a new trader, right? I was trading 500 shares, I'd go to 700 shares, 800 shares, whatever, and I'd start seeing bigger losses, and I'm like, man, this sucks. So I'd scale back to, lower size, still see some losses, and then I start seeing some gains trickle in. I'm like, all right, now it's time to scale. Then I have a couple losses, right? And then I go back to the smaller size. I'm trading, couple losses, some winners, blah, blah. And at the end of the month, I was still 50-50 with 500 shares, 1,000 shares, 500 shares, 1,000 shares. And I just broke even. If I would have just pushed through the hard times and pushed through some of those red trades, right? And I would have taken those good trades with that scaled up size, I would have made money, right? You just have to push through and realize that at the end of the day, your wins and your losses are just going to come randomly, right? Sometimes you go on green streaks. Sometimes you go on red streaks. Sometimes it's green, red, green, red, green, red. Sometimes it's red, red, green, green, red, red, green, red, red. Break it. Again, your wins and your losses are just randomly distributed, right? I mean, your gains and your losses, your wins and your losses, they're random at the end of the day. It's, again, you go on a green streak for a week and then, a month-long red streak. But at the end of the day, that's why we have to look at it as one big average. We're going to have those red days. We're going to have those red weeks. But you got to keep pushing through it, minimize that loss, and get back into when we start seeing those green trades. So, ladies and gentlemen, I thought that was more motivational. I was like, I'm going to leave you guys with one thing right now. And I had it in my head. It sounded good. And it started going through my head, out my mouth, flip-plath my tongue. And it sounded like shit. It was like, that was not what I had in my head and how I wanted it to come out. But I hope you guys got the point. All right? When you do start scaling into size, don't get scared if you come into a couple losses. Because the first thing you're going to want to do is resort back to the lower size, right? And then when you start coming into some of those green trades, they're not going to really make a dent in those losses that you had with the larger size. You just have to stay consistent. And my recommendation is you scale, say 50%. So if you're starting with 50 shares, guys, let's say you're starting with 100 shares. A couple weeks in, you're doing great. Go to 150 shares, right? Then go to 200. Then go to 3. Right? Then go to 354 and then do it little by little. Don't go balls to the wall from 100 shares to 1,000 shares overnight. Take your time with it little by little and break them down into segments. 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks. Why 2 weeks? Because you're going to get a nice average over 2 weeks, right? You're going to be able to get a pretty good average over a 2-week trading span. If you just do a couple days, you don't really have a good average. Maybe that was just a couple days of your red days, right? If you just do it every 2 weeks, 50% increments, little by little by little, and you start scaling, that's the best way to do it. You're going to have that nice average. You're going to see that consistency as well. You're not going to get scared to resort back to dropping your size, right? You're going to be able to just maintain that consistency and maintain that nice average, again, every 2 weeks, every 2 weeks, every 2 weeks, slowly scaling little by little by little until you eventually hit a peak, right? Eventually, you will hit like this brick ceiling, right? This concrete ceiling. You'll hit this wall, right, that you just can't get through. You kind of peaked out on what your risk tolerance is, right? You just got to kind of peak on how much you're really okay with losing, and that's when you start peaking out with certain share size and certain risks and whatnot, and that's okay. We all have our peaks. Some people are okay with losing 100 grand. Some people that have been trading for 10 years are only cool with losing a couple $100, right? Everybody has their own risk tolerance, but you'll learn that naturally during your trading career on what is your peak. Where do you kind of max out with your comfortability and your tolerance when it comes to your risk? And that's my breakthrough that I'm trying to get through from this year, right? You guys have been seeing me. I've been trying to scale up to $2,000 days, right? I've been trying to scale up to like $1,500, $2,000 days. And I've been peaked at like $500 a day consistent. I've kind of peaked there at $500 a day, right? And so I'm trying to break through that, concrete ceiling, that concrete wall to get to that next level. And it's just going to take time. It's just going to take consistency and just sticking with it little by little by little, guys. Exactly. TikTok mom, you got to go from 100 shares, go 125, right? Go 150. then go to 175, then 200, right? Or base it on capital, because again, if we think of just share size, every trade's different, right? Some trades I take 100 shares, some trades I take 500 shares. Why is that? It's based on where my stop is. So maybe think of it like capital, right? Okay, I'm usually investing $2,000 per trade, right? I'm investing $2,000 a trade. Maybe I'm like, now I'm going to invest $2,500 a trade, right? That's my max investment. Whatever that share size equates to, right? That's my max investment. I'm going to start investing $3,000 a trade, and then 4, and then 5, right? Maybe not shares, but maybe like actual investment, what you're investing into that stock. Because again, you know, 100 shares on a $20 stock is going to be a lot different than 100 shares on a $1 stock, right? Maybe think of it as, what am I investing? Start off investing $1,000 a trade, then go to $1,500, then 2, then 25, then 3, and build it up that way, not from a per share perspective, but what you're actually investing in that particular trade. So guys and girls, 355, not too much going on. After hour scanners are up. If you guys are watching anything here in today, I would just still keep ANY on watch. I would definitely keep IRNT on watch as well this evening for this stock to break over 32.72 possibly and continue the rip and run here in after hours. And again, ANY above $7, possibly room back up towards around 787. And once again, after hour scanners are now up, rocking and rolling, loaded. You guys are all set, ready to rock and roll. Once again, traders, great job, great work. Everybody on YouTube for the free stream. Once again, you guys absolutely just crushed it. We saw some big time profits, and everybody inside the chat too absolutely crushed it with some big time profits. TikTok Mom, small account, $56. Brad May, consistent profits there. SONN. Nick Cummins up $1,000, right? Mexoids, looks like Mexoids had a couple wins and a couple losses, right? But hey, managed it really, really well. Chris, $74. Skylar, $26. Nice, consistent basing on that small account. And then Pancake Shark over there, $6,310. And then we saw some big time profits over on YouTube as well. So again, team, good job, good work. Keep up the amazing work. Do not get discouraged. Do not get frustrated. If you're having a red day, just realize we all have red days. It's not all rainbows and unicorns all the time, right? We want to come in, we want to trade, we always want to make money, but we cannot have the expectations of we're going to be right 100% of the time. What can we do? We can come in, apply what we've learned, right? Be professionals, wait for the best opportunity, build those great trade plans that we talked about today, and if we see that opportunity, attack. If it stops us out, get out, walk away from the trade. Be great at managing our risk. The trade's working out, stay in that trade as long as possible, right? Take advantage of that entire move and lock in those consistent profits. So again, don't get discouraged. Don't be frustrated. If you're having a red day, it happens. If you're having a great green day, don't let it get to your head. The market will humble you very, very quick, right? So at the end of the day, it'll be like, I'm invincible, right? The market, I run this shit. Don't think that way. The market will humble you really, really quick. So just take today as a positive day, whether that's a green day or a red day. Just take today as a positive day. Still do what you're supposed to do. Log your trades. Review your day, right? Prepare for tomorrow. Get in a great mindset. Do what you guys have to do to end your day on the best note. Have a great night. Get some great sleep because we're going to do it all over again tomorrow, 7 o'clock a.m. at the start of pre-market inside the chat over on YouTube, 9 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you guys have any final questions, comments, or concerns, please let me know. But if not, have a wonderful evening, traders, and I will see you guys back here bright and early tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll see you guys then. Have a good night.